Hey everybody, welcome to a brand new Ike Live. The show is brought to you by some amazing companies, including the presenting sponsor of Ike Live, Mystery Tackle Box MTB. It's like happiness right to your doorstep once a month. Mystery Tackle Box puts brand new lures, hot items in your hand once a month. Listen to me. Use the promo code Ike Live. Get 30% off your first Elite box or 50% off your first Pro box. That's unbelievable. Also brought to you by Tin Cup Whiskey. God, I love whiskey. This is American style whiskey cut with Rocky Mountain water. It's got a classic finish to it. I personally love the rye. It's got a little bit of a bold, spicy finish. You're going to love this stuff. Straight from the Rockies to your glass. Also brought to you by TH Marine, the maker of great marine products, from everything from a John boat to a Biggie Smalls yacht. That's TH Marine. Go to thmarine.com, use the promo code Ike Live, and get $10 off a $50 order or more. Unbelievable. Brought to you by Flambeau, the makers of the best tackle storage systems in the world, including the brand new Crank Bank and Blade Crate. Of course, every single Flambeau tackle storage system has Z-Rust incorporated to help keep your hooks rust-free. Go to flambeauoutdoors.com, use the promo code Ike Live, and get 20% off your entire order. That's unbelievable. Brought to you by Founders Beer. God, I love Founders. I'm such a beer guy, and I like all styles of beer. Founders makes them. I want you to go to foundersbrewing.com, or even better yet, download the Founders app. And by doing that, you can find out what dealer or bar has Founders right near you. Also, they're going to keep you ahead of the curve on brand new beer releases. That's foundersbrewing.com. This show's brought to you by Liquid Mayhem. Scent matters. Listen to me. If you want to catch more fish, if you want to catch bigger fish, try some Liquid Mayhem, put it on your favorite lure, and you're going to get bit. Go to liquidmayhem.com, use the promo code Ike Live. You ready for this? For 25% off your order of the best scent on the market, Liquid Mayhem. Also brought to you by Heshi Socks. That's right, Heshi Socks. Who doesn't love a good, comfortable, well-fitting sock? And guess what? The Ike Live crew had a hand in this, and we've got specially designed Ike-style socks just for you. Cushioned foot and toe, stay-up technology, and they've got a technology built in there where they won't stink. This is unbelievable, okay? Great designs, under $10 with the code Ike Live at heshiwear.com. Also, they have Ike Foundation design socks. All proceeds go to the Ike Foundation. Brought to you by Torqeedo Motors, the leader in electric motor drives. If you're one of the guys like me, you have a tiny boat, you have a John boat, you live on an electric-only lake, get a Torqeedo if you want to be the fastest, most efficient boat on the water. Go to torqeedo.com. And last but not least, the Ike Live show is brought to you by Hobie Kayaks. Hobie is the Cadillac of kayaks, and kayak fishing is changing the world. Easy access, easy to get into. I want you to go to Hobie.com to check out their large array of kayak products, including the one that I use, the Hobie 360. Listen to me. Prepare yourself. Get your popcorn. Get your Founder's Beer and Tin Cup Whiskey. Get ready for a brand new Ike Live show coming up live right now. Come on, let's watch.
What is this foolishness?
How many dreams can you shape in a minute, an hour?
The kind of clean you like best.
Lost 3 of my teeth, too. All right, so you lost. Next time you win.
Steamy, hot, hearty, delicious, invigorating.
Folks at home, how you doing tonight? Welcome to a brand new, spanking new Ike Live show, and we've got a really, really good one for you tonight. Listen to me. This is a good show, okay? We've got, during the first segment, one of, if not one of the best in the world, kayak anglers, Ryan Lambert, is going to be joining us here tonight. We're going to be talking about kayak fishing, the kayak world. We're going to be talking about his big win from last fall. We're also going to be talking about what's new in the kayak world. And then in the second segment, I'm so excited to bring in an old-time friend, to bring in a guy that's really changed the sport of bass fishing, especially when it comes to swim baits. We're going to have Byron Velvick on the show. Cannot wait to catch up with Byron and find out what he's been up to. Find out what's going on with him. Got a great crew here in the house with us tonight. Pushing buttons, producing the show. I'm going to mix him up and make him go first. We've got Brian the Carpenter join us. Brian, how you doing tonight?
I'm good, dude.
I don't have a bad attitude tonight.
Oh, you are.
No, I've got a great attitude tonight. I'm serious. I've got a great attitude. I actually got a nap today, which I can't remember the last time I got a nap.
So that's what it is. You're the angry woke up from a nap guy.
No. I had the nap earlier in the day, so this is I've been up. I feel refreshed. I feel great.
Well, you're in a mood.
Thank you. Also joining us on that Zoom machine, and everybody knows Zoom now because it's the new club. You know, back in the day, Dave, when we wouldn't meet people or have meetings, we go to the club. We go up to the club. We go to Enchante or Jacoby's. Or you know, one of those places. But now it's Zoom. Join us via Zoom. We've got the one and only Dean of Bass University, Pete Glusek. Pete, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Good to have you.
I'm good, man. Good to see you here on the show.
Good to see you.
Great to have you on as a student on Bass U.
Oh, dude, that was awesome. I want to talk about that 1 second, Pete. What a great weekend. Changing with the times, having our first Bass U Live seminar of 2021, and it was a success. I got to watch a lot of it. It was awesome. Talk about that in a second, Pete. And then, of course, very, very key person in the show, handling all your questions, all your comments, prizes, and whatnot. We got the one and only Rizzo, a.k.a. Riz, a.k.a. Rich. Join us. Rich, how you doing?
Doing great, man. Excited for another Ike Live show. I'm pretty stoked to hear from Byron Velvick, see what's going on with the guy. He's one of the more interesting folks in the fishing game, and kind of the ways that he went about it. And, you know, he took a little bit of your model. You know, you guys had some different styles, and it worked for him for a while, but we haven't seen him in a while. So I'm excited to hear about him.
Yes, it's going to be great. And last but not least, so good to have this guy back. Dave, excited to have you back.
Thanks, Mike.
Can I just say something? And I'm serious. I'm not like, this is not brownie points or anything, because, you know, I don't do that. The show sucks without having you here.
Well, for you.
Seriously.
You find me amusing.
No. It actually, I don't want to say it totally sucks. It's not like bad like Pat's show. It's just, it's just bad without you here.
I think I remind you that you're from Runnymede. And you stop acting like you're living on Fifth Avenue, and Brian act like you're from Connecticut or something, like when I'm not here. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. Like Northern Connecticut.
Yeah, I think Brian's changed a little bit. Like fame and fortune make some people change.
Yeah.
It may have changed Brian. I don't know.
I don't think so.
We have to investigate that a little more.
I ain't the guy.
I ain't the guy. It is good to have you back, Dave.
Thank you.
I hope 95% of these shows in 21 we get to have you here because I love having you here.
Appreciate it.
Great to have you back in the studio. We tried doing something new for you tonight where we had a canned intro. We had some issues with it. Brian looked like a robot. I am preparing for the Olympics in 2021. The robot will be part of my moves, but that wasn't it. So I don't know. We're going to get that fixed for you. But I want to run down our sponsors real quick. Without these guys, honestly, we couldn't do this every week, and this is the truth. Of course, our presenting sponsor, Mystery Tackle Box. We're going to be doing a live unboxing here at the end of the show. Cannot wait to dive into this box every week. It's so fun. Go to mysterytacklebox.com. Use a promo code, Ike Live or something or other. You'll figure it out. Also brought to you by Flambeau, makers of great tackle storage systems. Hobie, they are the Cadillac of
and
kayaks.
We got a Hobie guy coming on tonight.
We got a Hobie guy coming on tonight. Liquid Mayhem. Scent really does matter. Dude, if you've been fishing anywhere around here the last 2 or 3 months, if you ain't got scent on, it's terrible. You can't even get a bite. TH Marine, makers of great marine products from kayaks all the way up to biggie smalls yachts. Tackle Warehouse, great sponsor of Ike Live from the very beginning. Founders, IPA, Dave, well, of course, we're drinking. We love this one. We honestly, Brian, how many? This blue refrigerator, what do we got, 1,000 in there?
That's all there is.
We at least have 1,000 all-day IPAs from Founders on hand at all times. I mean, 24/7. And if you look, both Dave and I are double fisting, and we're going right to the juice, drinking a little tin cup tonight. This is a great whiskey, and I love this whiskey. It mellows me out. It's a great whiskey. Nice little oaky flavor to it as well. Brought to you by Torquedo. You've seen the videos. You've seen Brian the Carpenter. You've seen Vegas the Hammer.
Yeah.
Dude, if you fish a place with electric only, you got to get a Torquedo. The power's there. Dude, it lasts forever. Dude, I was surprised. Brian the Carpenter and I fished a winter league last week, and we ran that thing hard. And at the end of the day, I think it was at like 78% fill still. So it's great.
Yeah.
It doesn't have those magnets in the head. It's got the, what do they call that?
Rare earth magnets.
Yeah, it's got rare earth magnets.
Diatomaceous earth.
Right, so it doesn't use bushings or whatever it is, like a regular trolling motor. Anyway, it's great.
It's great stuff.
It's awesome trolling motor. Yes. Also brought to you by Heshi Socks. I've got them on tonight.
Oh, look.
Yeah, Dave's got his Heshis on tonight. Go over to HeshiWear.com. Use an Ike Live promotion code. You get these socks really cheap. And there's also Ike Foundation socks on there if you want to donate towards kids fishing. Brought to you by BTL, Bass Talk Live. It's a great show. Go check it out. And last but not least, Bass University. And Pete, I think this is a good time to jump in, and I want you to talk a little bit about Bass U is education. It's hardcore bass fishing education. You can subscribe, but we got this cool new little live thing going on, live seminars. Dude, it's perfect. In the world of COVID, where boat shows and sport shows and going to physically see your favorite pro, when all that has gone away, you guys have figured out a way to keep it going. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, we were challenged like everybody else, having events. How do we do it? What can we do? And man, maybe we can do it better, and add to it. And that's what we tried to do. And we just had our first one just this past weekend, and it was just great. We had John Cox, JT Kenny, Bobby Lane.
Yeah.
3 great speakers. We had, Mike, it was so cool. We had people coming on from Washington State. I saw South Africa. I saw Northeast Florida, Texas, everywhere. There were people from all over the country were there. And it was a lot of fun, and dealing with technical issues. You know how it is with our shows here, we're always with them. And we had some big not big. We had a little blip early in the morning, and then I had a blip. Xfinity decided to repair a line in my neighborhood. when me and Riz were live.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, that was a treat. But Riz stepped up. And carried the show for a while. So overall it was a great success. We had a blast. Appreciate everybody being part of it. It was so cool when you came on and were as a student and surprised John Cox with some questions. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool, and I loved it. It was a really cool way to learn, and I love the fact that you had all the students involved. Right, you could ask questions. Yeah. You could pick a guy's brain, and that interactive part of that live Zoom seminar was really fun for me, and definitely looking forward to the next one. You have dates yet, Pete, for the next one? If people are watching right now and they say, damn, I missed that one, I want to get on the next one.
We're going to get hard dates this week. So,
okay.
Look for the week of February 14th as our next round of events. So, and we've got just some great speakers coming up. You know, we're talking with Swindle and all the rest about, you know, what we're going to have them come on and teach. So look for mid-February as the next round of dates, and then look for some dates in March too. We're going to release all those dates this week, so look for that.
Cool. That's
so
awesome.
I don't know if a lot of people know, because I don't. Pete, do you have like an interactive Zoom live? Like, what is it?
Yeah. So let me step in real quick, Pete. So it's this really cool. So you basically sign up for the class.
Okay.
And when you sign up, you get a code. And then you put that code in, and you get to watch. You get to be a part of a seminar, where it's very interactive. You know, so it's you know, the nice thing about it is, you know, for a lot of guys, back when we had seminars, you couldn't, like, let's say we had one in Knoxville. For a lot of guys, it's hard to get to Tennessee, right? It's a drive, or it's an airplane flight. Now this makes it nice because you can sit in your own home. You can put it on your smart TV. You can put it on your tablet.
Is there a way for people to raise their hands, so to speak?
They can. Yeah. They can, and you know, different. I noticed during the class, Pete, which was interesting, is some guys want to be heard and seen. You know, so their picture actually comes up, and they get to ask the question. I thought that was really cool. And other guys are like shy, you know, and they submit their questions, you know, via text or whatever, and we'll put all those through.
That's cool.
So
wow.
It's cool. It's
the best one, Mike. I don't know if you got a chance to see him. I don't know if you remember his name, Rich, but he was ice fishing in ice shanty.
I saw that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Live from the ice house, dude.
That's pretty rad.
He was throwing bluegills on the ice for dinner and just listening in, and it's cool. Yeah, you get to ask questions. We got everybody's question asked, or, you know, and answered, and that was really cool. And I think it's awesome that the speakers get to see them and interact with the guys directly, and it's a great deal. You know what else is pretty cool is those guys are going to be a permanent part of the Bass University experience. Like when we release the final edited footage and stuff, you know, if you ask the question, you know, your face and question is going to be a permanent part of that teaching content.
Yeah.
So,
man, how many damn bluegill do you have to eat to even get filled? It'd be like trying to get filled on crab. You know what I mean? You just get sick of eating. Well, you're still hungry.
Let me put it this way. Actually, it's a good segue real quick. I did want to bring up the fact that I mentioned it earlier. Brian the Carpenter and I fished a Winter League last weekend on Rainbow Lake. Took the W. I'm proud of it because that's my 5th Winter League I fished this year, and it's the first one that I won any money in. I've had a bad Winter League year this year, so it was nice to break out of the slump.
Well, it doesn't hurt when your partner catches the biggest fish in the lake.
Well, that's true. That's true. That always helps. Brian Carpenter caught a 5.8. It was awesome fish, Brian.
That's the biggest fish in that lake, probably, man.
I think there's bigger. Yeah, any of those lakes that have shad, I think the potential for those fish to get big is there. But it was fun, dude. We had a lot of fun. It was cool fishing again with Brian. We don't get to fish enough together, you know.
True.
So that was cool. Salute. Yeah, it was awesome, Brian. I had a good time, and we figured out some patterns, which is cool. We mentioned this. In a Winter League, dude, a lot of times, you know, you throw a rattle trap out there and you get one bite all day. It's like the most random thing in the world.
It's the Dave Haas pattern.
Right, the Dave Haas pattern, right? But in this tournament, we actually put together 2 patterns that we could run, you know, that we could say, oh, this matches it. Let's, you know, and that's cool when that happens. You know, it makes you feel like you're not just like this lucky random, you know, act.
So, for people that say Mike, like, just, you know, always plays up to the camera and it's all that excitement's not real. Dude, we're talking a $40 buy-in for this event. All right, $40.
$40.
And
beer money.
Oh yeah, and every fish he hooks up with, and you caught a ton, dude, because you're throwing that little shad wrap, and you caught like a pile of pickerel and perch.
A lot of pickerel and perch.
Every single one was in your head was a big one.
Yeah.
Because we're trying to keep it low key that we're on a little scrape here. We're getting bit every other cast, and you're still managing to go from the back deck to the front deck, back to the back deck
for a perch,
and it's a perch.
Yeah, but some of them, in my defense, some of them were like, how they get snagged up
sideways, and they feel bigger.
Yeah. I mean, I had that happen a lot with pickerel that I thought were good ones. But I did catch a 4-pounder. I did catch a 4-pound bass.
Yes, you did.
And that was an actual big one. So there. But the other part that I want to say about the bluegill is, so we were catching yellow perch, and we had a couple good ones that might have been miscellaneous. So they give a miscellaneous prize.
Yeah.
But at the end, somebody caught a catfish, so that was all raced. But we look in that live well, we got like 12. There's 12 perch in there. Like literally, we got 12 yellow perch in there. I'm like, screw it. I'm taking them home. I'm eating these things. And so I brought them all home, brought them all back, put them in a bucket. And when I went back to fillet them, there was like 3 or 4 of them that were big, looked loaded with jumbos, looked loaded with roe. I threw them back. I let them swim away.
Yeah.
And I cleaned the other 8. And out of the 8 I cleaned, they were all males except one. So it was, I could sort of look at them and tell,
How you know? I don't know. I'm sorry if I should know.
I mean, for me, it was just like the body type. Like the long, lean are more likely to be the males, where like those females are like wide.
Okay.
They get gutted out, But, dude, I ate those perch, Dave. Dude, why have we not engaged in eating fish more? And
I've been saying that.
In South Jersey,
there ain't nothing wrong with rainbow.
Last summer, man.
This ain't Astion. What's it? Astion? That's
Alcyon.
Alcyon.
Yeah, no, this isn't the most polluted, super fun site in the country. This is down the street from that.
Right, it's down the street from it. And all the streams are connected.
Eat up.
It was good.
I'm out.
Dude, it was so good.
You're crazy, dude.
It was so good. Beck did a little panko on them.
Oh.
Dude, they fillet real nice. I knifed the bone out of them. The skin peels right off. I got the skin and just peeled it right back.
Nice.
Bro, yellow perch. Loved it.
Yeah, there's just minimal chemtrail damage over rainbow. And,
well,
I just, that smell of Black Death, the slime that comes off the bottom. It has that ammonia smell to it, and it like when you get it on your hands, on your fingers, it sticks with you for a solid day.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, more than a day.
Yeah.
A lot of times. Yeah.
That's,
I loved it.
That's what you're eating.
Anyway, I loved it. Let me remind everybody, if you're watching tonight, we got a great show for you once again. Just a couple minutes, we got Ryan Lambert joining us talking about the kayak world. And then after that, man, we're really reconnected with a guy we sort of have lost touch with. We got Byron Velvick on the show. It's going to be a good one. I can't wait to talk to Byron. In the meantime, look at me. Listen, if you are watching over on Facebook, Dave, we do this every week. We do a Facebook like and share contest, right? If you're watching on Facebook, all you have to do is like and share the feed. Like and share the feed, and you will be entered in a contest to win the world-famous Ike Life gift bag. Look at that thing. And honest to goodness, 20-plus pounds of Ike Life products. You heard me do the sponsor read earlier. All that stuff's in here. Like and share the feed. You're going to be entered in a chance to win that. Also, I want to remind you, Riz is over there on the IMs.
Over there.
And as this show progresses, we really do want to hear from you. Questions, comments, thoughts, anything. If you got a fart and send it to Riz. He'll send it through. It doesn't matter. Very, very important part of the show. I got 2 more things, Bri, and then I want real quick, and then I want to get Ryan on. I want to mention the telethon that's coming up, Dave. This is big. We've got the Ike Live telethon coming up this coming Sunday. So not tonight, but next Sunday, the 31st of January. We've got the Ike Live telethon, and this is a big deal because Pete. Just like our seminars, we couldn't hold any events this year for the Ike Foundation, right? Our scholarship banquet that we normally hold, we do a lot of fundraising throughout the year, physical events. None of that can happen because of COVID, right? So this is an old school Jerry Lewis telethon, bro. We're going to have a 4-hour marathon of guests and
4?
4 hours, 6 to 10. I think they have it listed 6 to 9, but you know how we go. You know what I mean?
I know how we go.
January 31st. No, it is 6 to 10. 6 to 10, 4-hour show. Give you an idea of some of the guests in this telethon. We've got Peter Miller. If you're a saltwater fan, you know Pete Miller. We've got Gerald Swindle joining us. We've got John Cruz. We've got special musicians joining us, playing live on the telethon.
Gerald Swindle's here.
Including Luke Duncan is going to be joining us, doing a little ditty. And Riverwolf, if you're a big fan of Riverwolf, follow him on Instagram. Amazing musician, going to be joining us. Plus, the other thing, Bryce, we got a lot of celebrities and athletes that sent in video of them talking about how important it is to get kids fishing. So it's going to be great. In addition, throughout the whole show, we're going to be having an auction, a live auction. So you're going to see really cool auction items, one-of-a-kind stuff, and you have a chance to bid on it. All that money is going to go toward kids fishing. It's going to go toward kids scholarships, graduating high school seniors that are into the outdoors and fishing. We're going to try to help them out a little bit. So this Sunday, 6 to 10, Ike Foundation Telethon. And last bit of news, and then I'm done talking. Officially a date for the Ike Foundation Celebrity Pro-Am. I was given the green light, Pete Glusick, Riz. I know you're getting your pencils ready to write this down. Dave probably too.
Calendar's up.
Here it goes. Saturday, June 5th, on the Upper Chesapeake Bay, a.k.a. Susquehanna Flats, we have the Ike Foundation Celebrity Pro-Am coming. Back by popular demand, Brian. Great tournament last year. You got to admit.
Yeah, it was fantastic. I'm not fishing it in the little boat this year. June 5th, that flats will be on fire, and there ain't no way I'm sitting there while that's going on out there.
Yeah, but do you want me to make you reconsider this? Dude, if you looked at the schedule of all the tournaments that have gone out of the back of the Northeast.
I'm out.
Okay, but let me
banked on that last time.
I know, but let me tell you, Riz can back me up on this. From the middle of April till June 5th, there's a derby every weekend out of the back of that Northeast.
Now, why are you doing this to him?
I'm just throwing it out there as an option.
You had him thinking he was winning this thing last time. Don't do this to him. Be his friend.
Pete, is it not possible? Is it the potential not there that you could win in the back?
Yeah, well, everybody's going to be out on the grass beating each other up and battling out there. You're going to be doing something different. And
you enablers, rotten enablers.
You're going to miss all the bird stories from Dave during the competition. You know?
Aren't you? How come you didn't do anything during that tournament? You guide out there. What happened?
I think I finished 8th or something.
Yeah,
it's pretty good.
Yeah,
oh, wow. It's good. Top 10 is freaking good.
Yeah, close only counts in horseshoe and hand grenades,
That's
man.
True.
Bro, you were culling the wrong size fish for us. You called us down about 2 pounds.
Yeah, I know. Hold on.
Call it down.
I was culling out of a goddamn spaghetti Tupperware for his live wells. I didn't even know what.
That's a damn welded aluminum. Those jokes are old, bro.
No,
that's 20 years ago. Shit.
Spaghetti.
All right, I was getting right. I had this one fish about a pound in him. I don't know, about a pound in there the whole day. He was so little, I didn't know.
You just liked him.
No, he was smart. He hung out right where, his live wells. There is exposed aluminum. You can't reach without getting a little bit of a slice, and I probably wasn't doing like the right
so
stuff.
Full of shit, dude.
No, seriously.
Shout out to Dave Haas for giving Dave a slice.
Stupid face and try to convince people.
Dude, you got exposed aluminum. I'll take a picture.
Lion ass.
And you thought that was blood from the fish?
Yeah, no. This is I look like a cutter.
Brian, Team No Fish said that he'll fish the Derby with you this year, so you already got a partner if you don't want to have Dave.
Who does?
Team No Fish.
Dave, you're in.
Dave, you're in with Team No Fish.
But that's why, I had a 20-pound bag, and we all beat each other up, man. It's just like you're out there on the grass. You're all doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You need to get lucky and get that real big bite. Sitting in that river, man, you're fishing for a whole different population of fish.
Yeah. I mean, those places exist out there. And that's I mean, if you're a fisherman, you always retain that hope of finding that magic juice that's far away. Listen, I know I've had it from when I was a kid to now. Dude, I won the Classic that way, right? I won the Classic by finding something away from everybody.
Yeah.
Except I later found out that somebody was near me I didn't know. Who was that we had on the show recently?
Martin. Roland Martin.
Roland was
You
near
were
me,
the
and I
only
didn't know
Classic winner to cross an ocean to get to your freshwater spot.
I did cross an ocean. I crossed
legitimately. You crossed saltwater ocean to get to your spot
to try to save time. That's back when I was young. I would do anything back then. It was nuts. But I think those places exist. In a place as vast as the Upper Chesapeake Bay, I do think, Pete, there are still places that are untapped, that are, maybe old places that are starting to produce again. We saw Aaron Martins do it when the elites were there. So that always has to be in your mind. The Flat is a great spot. It's a great place to win. But is there something else that you can get away from people? I think there is. You agree with that, Pete?
Wide open. Yeah, June would be one of the months to try to do it, because the whole bay is alive. Every single river is going to be kind of peeking out,
Yeah.
And it's so big. And nobody's been to the Chester River since Randy Romy.
Right.
Went there.
And Ish.
Yeah, and Ish. That's right.
Ish ran to the Chester. I think it was in an open. Crazy.
That's so far down. It's crazy down there. But and I miss all those places down there, and it was cool to see Aaron win it. But the Gunpowder is a place that you can go in the middle, and
Bohemia,
Elk, this, that, and the third.
Sassafrasa, Sassa.
Yeah.
And
Susquehanna, Back River. Come on, let's keep naming them. All right, let's do this. I'm excited to get this show started finally, the actual start of the show. Before we do that, we want to thank our military, veteran and active men and women. Thank you guys for what you do. Policemen, firemen, EMT, thank you guys. It's a crazy world. Doctors, nurses, thank you guys. Definitely a weird time in the world. We appreciate everything you do. What do you think, Bri?
He's ready.
Okay. All right. So, without further ado, very, very excited. We've had him here on the show before, but I want to catch up with him and see what the heck's going on with him. And more importantly, what's going on in the kayak world. When you talk about growth of the sport, I don't think any segment, not a single segment is growing more than kayak fishing. And this guy is at the forefront of it. Want to welcome to the show, Ryan Lambert, everybody.
Ryan! Cheers, fellas.
Cheers. How you doing? All right, first things first. I got to get this off my chest.
Oh, gosh.
I did a little preview. I usually go on Facebook and Instagram, and I try to do a quick 5 minutes to just get people hype. And I was hyping you up, and I had a brain fart. And I know this happens to you a lot, but I said Jason Lambert instead of Ryan. And it's easy, and I didn't mean it.
Cousin
I apologize.
Jason. I know Jason very well.
Yeah, I do
Jason
too.
a lot. Yeah.
And he's another good guy. That's why I had the Freudian slip.
Guy.
I told Bri, you're both good guys. You're both tremendous fishermen. So it was a Freudian slip. I apologize for that. But how you doing, man? It's good to see you.
I'm good. And I met Jason at a random bar in Nashville, actually, like 2 years ago. Man, believe it or not.
Wow.
But I had on a Hog Farmer Baits t-shirt, and he came up and introduced himself and told me who he was. He was wearing a suit. I didn't recognize him, cleaned up, presentable. But we had an interesting afternoon. He's a hell of a guy. We've kept in touch ever since. But Tennessee boy, loves fishing the Tennessee River and catching those ledge fish. He's the hammer out there.
Yeah. See, when you're from the South, Dave, you know this. Like, Ryan and Jason both have named Lambert. Very, it's good common, very common Southern kind of name. But you get up here in this part of the country, you got Brodzixics, you got Glozusix, you got Stokel, Stakelix, and you can't. You never run into another guy that has that same name. And if you do, like me with Iaconelli, I've ran into a few at the bar, and they're always dudes you don't want to run into. They're dudes in the mob. They're dudes in the concrete industry. You know what I'm talking about, Dave?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they're bad guys. But, like a name like Lambert's more common. But at least they're good guys when you meet them. Have you ever met another Brodzik, Dave?
No, I'm the only there's not many.
There's not many.
Over in Poland there are. Still spelled the same way.
Okay.
But not.
All right.
Same here.
None, Bri?
Nah.
No. How about Peter Glusick? Pete, have you another Glusick?
Just immediate relatives, but no, never.
Huh.
What about Leadbeater? What the hell kind of name's that?
That just sounds like someone that was convicted at the Nuremberg trials. Colonel Leadbeater.
It's a great time for Rich not to be on screen right now.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Gustav's Leadbeater.
Yeah. First things first. I don't know. You know, we ran into each other last year fishing a kayak derb up on the Susquehanna. It was for me, it was an awesome experience because it was my first true pro event. So it was a big deal for me. You know, and I know it didn't seem like it was, but it really was a big deal for me. And I didn't get to see you cinch your win. But first things first. Congrats on the Hobie Championship win last fall.
Thank you.
Dude, that's freaking stunning. Would you have ever imagined in a million years you could win that kind of money in a kayak derby? 30 grand, bro.
It's not even that kind of money. I had never imagined I could win with that scale of competition because
Right.
I mean, we fish these tournaments all over the country.
Yep.
And I've had a lot of seconds, thirds, fifths, like, you know, down the line. But to
Eights.
win, if you were going to pick one event to win in your life,
Yep.
like not in a year, in your life, that's the one you pick. I mean, from a kayak angler perspective, that is it. Everybody, it's the top 50 in the nation. Like, that's the one. If there's one to win, you know, that's going to be the shocker of them all. And it was shocking to me. I didn't believe it after day one. I knew if I didn't stay in the bar too long the night before, I would probably win it on day two. But that was still up in the air. I mean, you never know. You never know.
Dude, it's awesome. It was great. And, you know, getting back to my experience and what you just said, the biggest question that I saw when I got back, when I saw through social media, and even people I'd run into, you know, they'd be like, oh, you fish one of those kayak tournaments, you know, and everybody asking about the level of competition. And, dude, it's hard to make people understand how good these guys are. And, Ryan, you're in that list. Jody Queen's in that list. Christine Fisher. I mean, so many of you guys that are consistently
Conrad Benetti.
Dude, when you look at the top 20,
Brian, get out of here.
Yeah, when you look
Remove yourself.
When you look at the
Hold
top,
on, he's bringing them into the Zoom right now.
Bringing them Zoom right now. When you look at that top 20, though, there are always those same names, and those guys are as good as any of the guys I've ever competed with on tour. And I said that, and I think it pissed some people off. You know what I mean? But you guys are good at your craft. You're great anglers, and you understand kayak fishing, which has its own little sets of nuances, you know?
And I'll agree with that. And I fish big boat tournaments too. And the difference, honestly, in the mindset is in bass boat tournaments, you don't feel like you have the option to run, you know, 10 or 12 miles upriver. Kayak fishing, you pick that area. You pretty much, I mean, usually you'll have a backup plan, but you put all your money on the A spot. If the A spot doesn't produce, you know, you've got 3 or 4 hours to scratch out a limit, but you are basically betting the whole tournament on your A spot.
Yeah.
And bass boat tournaments, I mean, we'll run, you know, 7-8 miles at the drop of a hat because you're trying to get 5 bites all day.
Yeah.
Kayak fishing, you're still trying to get 5 bites all day, but you're trying to find the area that holds 5 big fish.
Yeah.
That's the main difference to me.
Yeah. What you're saying strikes so clear to me because I struggled with about 3 or 4 different things, but that was one of them. You know, I ended up with about a day and 3/4 of practice, and I didn't practice with that mindset. You know, I spread myself too thin, you know, and then when the tournament came around, it was hard because you couldn't really move around. You know, I couldn't get from A to B by pedaling there. I had to drive. And if I drove, you know, you got to think about all those obstacles. There was so much more strategy to me in that style event than a big boat tournament. Really was. There was more strategy, and it was more thinking for me, you know? But dude, I got to tell you, I'm hooked. I fished that one last year in the summer.
Susquehanna.
And I was really trying to jump in another one before that year was out, and I didn't. But this is my year. I'm here live tonight to tell you my goal this year is to fish 4 pro-level kayak events.
You're lying. You won't do it.
No, I want to do it. I want to do it.
What 4 are on your list so far?
So I definitely want to fish a Hobie. I saw Susquehanna on there. I saw Lake Champlain on there. I really want to fish those. I saw our very good friend of both of ours, Chad Hoover. I saw a tournament on the.
You're talking to Brian right now.
Talking to Brian. I saw a tournament on the Potomac River.
That's interesting.
Yes, very interesting. And I want to say it's like the first weekend of June. I want to fish that one. I saw a BASS pro kayak event, Bass Angler Sportsman Society, on the upper Chesapeake Bay, bro, in July. And that one's on my hit list.
That's a fact.
Plus, I hear some rumors of some other circuits popping up in 21. And I want to know more about those, you know, so I can maybe be a part of one or two of them. You know what I mean?
Well, that's good.
Nice segue.
Segue.
Yeah,
segue. So, Ryan, what do you got going on?
So the two leaders as far as the big entry, big money events are BSS and Hobie. Period. I mean, that's been proven throughout this last year. Hobie came on the scene 2 years ago, and they really kind of elevated the experience for everyone, both with payouts and the events themselves. I mean, they were ran very well. They were indoors. We had air conditioning. Like it was, it was like a bass tournament almost.
Yeah.
So that happened. And then BASS came in last year, and Dwayne Wally, the owner of Tourney X, who runs most of the online bass fishing submissions, he came in and helped out with BASS and my good friend Steve Owens, and they put together a great series last year for bass, like their first dive into kayak fishing. So I look for that experience to really be elevated, and I think those will probably be the two pro level trails that you'll see advancing going forward.
I think you're right. I'd agree. I'd put those as the top two. But I think the magic to kayak fishing, I want to get Dave involved in this too in a second here, is the access it's a lot easier. You know, like when I look at those events, I look at so many of these guys this year. Brian the Carpenter, look how many. Look on Instagram how many guys they posted their I'm in the opens, you know, and they're excited because they're fishing the Bass Opens, and that's sort of a pro level. That's sort of a first step into pro level fishing. And when you look at the sheer cost and expense of doing that, right, you're at a $1,500 entry for each one. You're at travel. You need a $50,000 bass boat. You need a $40,000 truck. You've got to get, when you look at that, you're 50 grand, 60 grand in to fish 3 opens. What I love about kayak fishing is it takes a little bit of that out of the equation. And the money is still there. The exposure's there. You're still getting, there's still a lot of great
I think
stuff.
you undersold how much it is. It's $100,000 for the boat, the truck, and the fees just to fish those 3 opens and go travel to it.
Right.
You know, you're getting in and out of kayaks for $5,000.
Yeah.
Like for the whole,
what's an entry
the whole trail.
fee for a kayak tournament? What's an entry fee running for these?
Generally $200 to $250 around there. But that's for the top tier. I mean, they have $75, $100 tournaments, but you have to look at return on investment. Like if you really think that you have a shot at going out and winning this event, then $200 isn't anything compared to bringing home $5 or $6 grand, or the tournament of champions this past year was 30 grand. I mean, that was awesome. Like $300 to enter, 30 grand take home against 50 competitors. There's not a lot of tournaments in the country, period, that offer that kind of ROI.
Hey, Ryan, I have a question. What do you think? Here's one. How many people do you think entered kayak tournament angling that never did any other type of competitive angling versus guys that were in the big boats that dialed it back?
Right.
In your experience, Ryan, what have you seen in terms of new people coming into tournament angling, and that's their first exposure to it?
Yeah.
I'd say 70-30 overall. I mean, we get some guys that step back from FLW, for instance, but, that step back from the kind of more local tournament trails and come back into kayak fishing. But a lot of guys like myself that have never tournament fished at all, and they see this and they're like, I can go out and buy get on Craigslist and buy a $2,500 boat and go out and be competitive and win some money at my hobby. And I think that's the biggest draw to this sector of the sport right now.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about guys like Jordan Lee and Ike jumping in these tournaments? Do people get upset about that? Are they happy that they're there? How are you guys taking that?
I love it. I personally, I love it. I mean, when you see a pro come into the kayak world, your immediate goal, first thing is you want to finish in front of him, because that's going to give you, that ego
validation
boost, those bragging rights. I mean, it is like that. If you can clap up a freaking pro, then you're doing all right. Like that,
clap him up.
You're doing all right. So Jordan Lee, he fished the Tournament of Titans with us on Gunnersville. Where he lived post college for a good time. I mean, beating him was my main goal going to that tournament. I know for a lot of kayak anglers, that was his main goal. Ike, when you came and fished the Susquehanna, that was a lot of guys' main. They didn't give a shit about cashing a check. They wanted to fish in front of you. That was it. That's what we were there for. And I didn't do it, but I'm glad
you
some people
disappointed a lot of people, Mike.
I did. Well, I got to tell you though, the feeling was mutual. Because the other thing I had too after that one is they were like, oh, I had people saying, oh, that was nice that you did that for Hobie. They were like, oh, you're such a good guy for doing that for Hobie. I'm like, bro.
I wanted to drown all of them,
I wanted to drown every single one in the river. Even Christine Fisher. I don't care if she's a girl. I wanted to drown her, too.
By the ponytail.
And she ended up beating me. So, I mean, I think that's a great unity, though, with competitors in bass fishing, right? If you're the tiny boat movement's so big, the big boat movement, the kayak movement, dude, if you're competitive, you're competitive, right? And that didn't change for me. I honestly wanted to win. But that's what's drawing me back. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, that's what's drawing me back. Like, things are a little different for me in 21 from a standpoint of what I'm doing. And I have a bigger window this year to engage in some of these events. And honestly, a goal of mine is to own a kayak trophy from a pro level event. That's a real goal of mine. So, I'm going to work. I'm going to work at it. I'm going to make it happen in next year or two. I'm not saying it's going to be automatic. I know I have to work at it. I got to get better at it. But I want to do it. I want to make it happen.
Ryan, I think that is one of the best trophies. Speaking of trophies, Mike, that is a kick-ass.
That trophy's better than any trophy I've got. Look at that thing. Holy hell. Brian, get a full screen of that thing. Look at that. That John's got bass on it.
Looks heavy. It does. It's got a couple bass on it. And,
hold on, the trophy came with the fish?
Yeah, it's got a little Kentucky on there and a largemouth.
Oh, dang.
What is that?
How about it? They're like dipped them in bronze.
Dang,
dude.
Dude.
Special hybrid.
Yeah.
They're the couple that didn't make it back. They glued them right on there.
It's like a treasure from the Ark of the Covenant in Indiana Jones, thing. Look at that.
I think that was done at Ribs Taxidermy over in Blackwood, wasn't it? At Ribs?
It's got a glitter unicorn pin on it as well. That was a bonus from the bar the night before day 2.
That's called a brooch, by the way. That's a brooch.
That's kind of how it ended up, to be honest.
Yeah, like the Queen's Aids wear brooches. Identifies them as being the Queen's Aid. That's a brooch. Look it up.
Yeah.
Google.
No, I tried to steal the pin from the bar that we were at the night before, and the manager came up and snatched it away from me, very offended. And I said, listen, I was like, you need to show me a little respect. I'm about to win 30 grand in a kayak tournament tomorrow. And they thought I was joking. So after the tournament, I went back in and set the trophy down. The manager came up and handed me the pin. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I thought you were kidding. I was like, no, hell no. I knew I was about to win this.
I got a movie line for you.
Yeah.
A hat, a brooch, a pterodactyl.
Pterodactyl.
Airplane.
Ah, Peter.
Pete.
Good job, Pete.
Pete gets a Tackle Warehouse gift pack tonight.
Hey, good job, Pete.
Good job.
Yep. That's a classic line. And what you're talking about, Ryan, you're hanging out, right?
Right on.
The kayak guys are notorious for being cool, hanging out, having fun, getting along a lot better than like the other bass.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Agreed,
hell
Pete.
no.
Agreed.
No.
Not on Facebook.
Well, not on social. No. Well, let's flush this out though. This is good. I'm glad we're talking about it. Pete. What a great question. There's probably two sides to it. The one I think definitely kayak anglers. Ryan, do you agree with this? I think there's more bonding of the guys. Like when I was at that Susquehanna event, dudes were talking, you know, in the parking lot. Dudes weren't hiding baits. They were hanging out, having beers. Like, I think that side of it is less cutthroat.
Yeah, wait till the money gets to be more.
But the social side of it might be different. I know there's a little rivalries and stuff in your sport too.
I don't know. I mean, I fished our local bass boat trails, and you know, it's $100 entry. Show up at the ramp in the dark, whatever. But it's cutthroat. Like it's dirty. Like you know, I mean, you got guys running up on each other on purpose. Like you're following other boats and stuff. Like kayak angling. I mean, it is still, even though, I mean, now we have kind of a bigger stage, but it's still a very close-knit community. Yeah. And I think that's what kind of sets it apart. Like Mike was saying, you know, we're all friends. Like when you get off the water, like it's a party. Like we're all happy to see each other. I mean, if you kick my ass, that's great. You know, here's a quarter. But like, there's not this animosity. There's not this secrecy. I mean, we all try to help each other from day to day, from place to place. If I pick up the phone and say I'm going to Oregon, you know, there's some guy that's going to message me and be like, hey, you can stay at my house. You can have my boats, fishing rods. Like, this is where you need to go. Yeah. Like, we still have this very close knit, you know, community. And I hope that we keep it. I hope that stays the same.
Yeah. It's because it's blue collar right now.
Well, I mean, I hope that it stays that way. I hope we maintain that connection. I don't know that we will. Like you said, you know, as more money floods in, it's probably going to change the dynamics on some things. And I hope we see some rule changes in kayak fishing in general, as far as information and pre-fishing and things. Yeah. You know, I hope that the community itself, I hope we all hang out every night of a tournament. If we're there pre-fishing for a week, I hope we have a dinner spot, you know, every night, and everybody gets up and hangs out. That's my favorite part of the tournaments. I love fishing. I love competition, but I love being around the people, you know, out there grinding hard and letting loose at the end of the day. Like that's my favorite part.
Yeah. I had a great time, and I agree with all that. Riz, I know we got a couple questions coming through the IM. You want to hit some of these real quick? What do we got coming?
Yeah, we do. The first one that came through that was a good question for Ryan was from Bingo. He wants to know, Bingo, Ryan, what is your most important accessory that you have on your kayak?
It's a good one.
Horizontal rod storage. That, like, I'm not a big electronics guy. Like, I don't like motors. I don't like fish finders. I don't like any of that shit. Like, but having my rods laid down on either side of me so I can cast freely, that's my biggest accessory. If I had to pick one thing, just not getting a rattle trap caught in 10 rods behind me when I'm casting.
Oh God,
I agree.
I've done that. So
you like having your rods up? I don't.
I've had my rods up, but I've had those experiences exactly what you said, where you go to make it. You get in the moment sometimes, and you get excited, you know, and you're like, oh shit, they're schooling or something, you know. And I've had it where I've hooked it. I've had it where I've hooked them and launched them.
Oh yeah.
There's that other Ike rod going down to the bottom of the sea. You know.
So I got one from Tin Cup Bottle, and it's actually for Ryan and Mike. The Tin Cup Bottle wants to know, Ryan, how do you manage the number of rods that you bring when you're out on the water? And then the question for you, Mike, is how difficult is it for you to not be able to bring all 100 rods?
I'm personally, I'm very simplistic. Like I take about 4 to 5 rods every time I go fishing. And I've kind of, you know, built my mindset into that. The topwater rod will be the 5th on or off rod. But, you know, I mean, for the most part, I'm fishing a chatterbait, a jig, a Ned rig, and a Texas rig. Like if I had to pick four rods I'm going to keep in my kayak all the time, if you can't catch them on those 4 things, you probably need to stay at the house. Like that's just, that's how I operate.
Yeah. I'll answer the second part of that. And my kayak fishing, I've always had more limited tackle, and I felt good with it. You know, I felt good if I had 3 or 4 rods. But the minute that I fished the tournament, my mind started messing with me.
Yep.
You know, like like when I'm fishing around the house, and Dave, we got to fish a lot when Corona was hot here. We got a lot of trips. You remember, I was bringing 3 rods, 4 rods. So were you. Hardly anything. But when that tournament, when I officially registered for that Hobie event, all of a sudden, dude, it like I felt like it was constricting my heart, like, and I ended up, you know, probably bringing more than I should have. I think I ended up stepping up to like 6 or 7 rods instead of the 3 or 4. But it is tough. It is tough. I carry. I think what you said is key. I carry less of the colors and sizes I normally don't throw, and more of the staples. You know, so I try to do that as a mindset, and I also just go to the different size boxes. Like in my big boat, I use the Flambos that are, you know, those big ones that are real deep. I just go to those smaller boxes, and that allows me to get more in the kayak. I got to tell you though, my Hobie got heavy really quick as I started to understand what I could do to it. You know, like my Hobie 360 when I first got it, dude, I could guardrail hop it with Dave. Yeah. Well, I really could, right? And now, after I've been at a tournament and I've seen what other guys are doing, and you look at social media and, you know, oh, you got to have your power pole hardwired. Oh, and you got to have this. Oh, and I need a hydro wave. Oh, and dude, that thing's like a boat. I need a damn trailer for the thing. I miss the days when it was a light kayak, you know? Maybe I'm going too overboard.
We talked about this on the Susky after day 2. Met you at the ramp. Myself and Shane kind of interviewed you, and me and Shane, we're grown boys. We're both, you know, 6'1", 220. We're big folks, and that was one of the things that you said. Like, I'm gonna have to bulk up to do this. Like, my legs are sore. Like my legs are sore because you sat out, and I think you said you had about 2 or 3 presentations that you used all day throughout the tournament in this one area. Yeah. And for no one that's ever fished a Susky before, it's current. Like, there's not a place that is slack water. It's all current the whole way through. Like, you're kicking against the current, you know, trying to fish one area. And I think that's something that's definitely needs to be taken into account as far as weight and positioning, you know, on tournament day for sure.
Yeah, it is a lot more to it, and you know, the physical aspect of it, and you know, maybe I would have brought. I've got an Outback too that I love. That's light. Maybe in hindsight, I should have brought the Outback. Like you know,
draft shallower, man.
Yeah, there are things I wish I probably would have did different. But it is a learning experience. You know, I made mistakes, but I think that's any kind of fishing. You know, you make some mistakes and you try to get better at it, and you go back and you want to be better. You know, Ryan, I want to catch up with you. So I know officially I want to get a couple answers from you. Brian's been keeping me in the dark, but you do have a couple big things coming in 2021. I need to know about these. Look, I know you're looking up, but even if you can't give us the full detail of it, give the Ike Live viewers a little snapshot of what you have going on in 2021.
I don't keep any secrets. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Know? So I want to win the TOC back-to-back. So if you can make the TOC, I want to beat you on Eufaula next fall. I'll go ahead and put that out there. Step number 2, which I assume
hold on a second. You can't just call them out without put something on it.
No, but I like it, and I hold on a second. I like this challenge, and in fact, it drives me even more to qualify. I'm ignorant of exactly what I need to do to qualify for this event. What do I?
Top 3. You need to finish in the top 3 of the BOS series, or in the top, I think it's 20% in the AOY points.
Top
so you said you had 4 on your calendar. Yeah. So, you know, fish 3 or 4 events. You need to have 1 or 2 calls probably. Since I won the TOC this past year, I'm already qualified. So I can go ahead and tell you I'll be spending, I don't know, 6 weeks on Eufaula figuring that out, because I want to be the first person to go back-to-back on the TOC. That's my goal for this year. If I had to pick one, that's it. That's mine.
All right, so what if he qualifies?
You should probably get him some of that hand-picked ginseng from the mountains where you live. And, Mike, what could you bring him from New Jersey?
Cheesesteak.
Cheesesteak for some Zang. What do you think, Brian?
I've been to Philly. I don't know if I'll trade cheesesteak for some Zang, but
Wait. You're going to choose ginseng over a cheesesteak and call yourself a man?
Ginseng? Well, you could put ginseng in the cheesesteak.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's a seasoning.
Nah, but that Zang they pick is different up there.
Yeah, we're talking about a cheesesteak, bro.
Zang versus steak.
I don't know. That's.
No, I wouldn't even pick Zang. If I'm going to bring something, it's going to be moonshine. That's
Shine.
All right, no.
It's not. Yeah, it's not going to be some little plant root.
I just wanted to say Zang.
Yeah.
Zang and shine.
That was good. No, I mean, but it feels like when you fished against Chad.
Yeah.
And made him shave his beard because you beat him.
Yeah.
I feel like, Ryan's got to put something. He called you out.
Oh.
He's got to put something on the line.
So the difference is I can fish. Like here, like you can see the trophy here. Like that, I'll go up against the best competition that we have and win it. Like it's not a joke. I'm not trying to draw you down to my, backyard honey hole to get you to shave your beard.
I'm so glad I beat him, by the way. That was awesome. No,
you're not the only one, sir.
Yeah. No, I hope I do get to qualify for that event. And I know there's also a last chance tournament that they hold right on the front side of that too.
The shootout, yeah.
If for some reason I don't have enough events in, or I don't fill those qualifications, I will for sure fish that last chance tournament to try to get in. So
you heard that.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, folks.
I will for sure do.
You got a lot of kayak guys paying attention to this one tonight. You heard it.
I love it.
If I can't qualify, he'll be at the shootout.
I'll be there.
Ryan, I was looking at some stuff that you had out on YouTube, and you were talking about a ranking system for kayak anglers. That's got to be controversial to put something like that together. Where are you guys at with that?
It always is.
Who's top dog?
It always is. So my partner, we started a page when we all got banned from Chad's KBF a few years ago, and we started a page, Kayak Bass Nation. So the foundation of that is my friend Jeff Malott in Arkansas. He was already putting out this ranking system, and he would basically take kind of the top 25 tournaments throughout the season and average out the best angler. So we built a page on that idea, and we've continued that concept. And the best angler this past year was Russ Snyder, who's a local Tennessee angler, but he's also a 2-time KBF Angler of the Year. I mean, he won a couple bass events, a couple Hobie BOS events. Like, the guy's a hammer. He's actually the only guy that finished, ahead of me we had a fantasy kayak, kayak series. Like, you picked your favorite anglers or whatever. I think Russ had $42,000 logged last year as far as official tournaments goes, which doesn't include state tournaments at all. But the guy made some money. Like, Russ is a freaking hammer. He's a hammer everywhere. It's not here. Like, he went to California. I think he won the Delta event. He cashed a check at Clear Lake. He's good. He's good everywhere he goes. He's good.
That's pretty rad.
We try to factor in those bigger tournaments and put out a list of who are the top 50 kayak anglers in the world.
Where's that at?
Kayak Bass Nation.
Okay.
I'll accept your invite. You send it right now, Pete. I'll accept it right now.
Ryan, who's the top? Who's the top kayak online event angler?
Conrad Benetti, by far. So by far. We've got this gentleman. He's from up your way. He's a Yankee.
He lives in Florida, bro. He's yours.
No, hell no. He's from the Bronx or some shit. That's why he talks.
He sounds like a villain from Melrose Place.
No. He's got a hard part. Like, Conrad is for sure from New York, but he moved to Florida. He's a snowbird, so he fishes these reservoirs and he cleans house on these online events. And he talks so much trash that you can't help but love him. You can't help but watch. and that's where we're at. I mean, he's our bachelor. No offense to your next guest. That's him. Wow. Conrad is the kayak fishing bachelor.
That's a legit name. That's what I wanted to name David. It's a pretty rad name.
Conrad Benetti?
No, Conrad. No, just Conrad. Oh, okay. I thought that was a cool name.
Now, I noticed this too, and I want to get your thoughts on this. There are, guys that have a lot of polarity in their sport. They get a lot of visibility. You're active on a lot of the boards through social media. And, dude, I've dealt with it my whole life, so I want to get your opinion on it. There's a lot of people out there that give you shit, right? That, they disagree with some of the things you're doing. They disagree with something you post, something you say. They disagree with the way you're handling bass. You're holding them wrong. You're going to break their jaw, this and that. How do you deal with all that?
I don't. I just try, honestly, I've accepted the fact, fishing is not my career. I do medical sales for a job. If you disagree with
roach clips and stuff.
Yeah, kind of. If you disagree with what I'm saying or what I'm doing, it's okay. You're more than welcome to criticize. We have a guy that he fishes with live bait all the time and posted a YouTube video on our kayak fishing page. I caught a 40-pound bag on gizzard shad, live hook through the tail. That's awesome. That's great, bud. Congratulations. But that's not necessarily what my views are geared toward. And some people may find that entertaining, just like with kayak fishing. If you don't enjoy what we're doing, that's okay. You don't have to watch it. And I try to kind of overlook the critics. You can't lose sleep over, 10,000 people if 2 of them don't like what you're doing. Yeah. So that's
hey, Ryan, I got a question. This wasn't asked, and we've never asked anyone of all the kayak guys we have. If you were to talk to a guy that's looking to get into kayak fishing, what trails would you direct him to that aren't where he doesn't have to go to California, Louisiana, Texas, that are sort of what trails would you recommend?
Locally,
the ones you can qualify for the tournament, like the one that can get you eligible for the TOC.
So Hobie BOS that's the number 1 on the list as far as qualifying for a big tournament. So I wouldn't just put one of those on your list. I would put 4 or 5 on your list to try to, qualify. And it all depends on your geography. So if you're in the Northeast, Southeast, Texas, you're going to have access to a lot more of those. The further you go out west, our participation drops off drastically. So I think regionally, if you can look at BASS or Hobie BOS and qualify in one of those directions, you're better off. KBF offers a lot more qualification numbers, but you may be fishing against 600 or 700 people in a national championship. So, if you roll up to the ramp, not necessarily one ramp, but if you're going out against 600 or 700 people every day, obviously your odds are drastically smaller at taking home a decent check.
Okay. So the Hobie trail, the BASS trail, and the KBF last is where you would steer people.
In that order.
Okay.
Yes.
It's very interesting.
Ryan, the South Knoxville stud says that you should just adopt the Joe Rogan theory of post and ghost instead of staying butthurt because of all the guys in their mom's basement comments.
I wish I knew who the South Knoxville stud was, but there's a good chance that I waxed his ass in the state championship and the TOC because both of those were in Knoxville. So shout out to the Knoxville Tourism Board for hooking us up with great accommodations and a great venue for the tournament. South Knoxville stud, this one's for you.
Holla.
There you have it.
Salute.
South Knoxville
Cheers,
stud.
everybody.
Ryan, I want to ask you one last thing before we let you go, and it is a sport that has grown like none other in fishing. In the 25 years I've been in it, I've never seen nothing like it from a standpoint of when I was at ICAST and I saw a couple kayaks for the first time, and then 5 years later, and then 5 years later. What's next? What's the next big thing in kayak fishing? I don't know. Can it get bigger? Can it keep growing?
I think it will, and I think, you're familiar with Torquedo. Y'all did a small boat project together, but I think seeing, I guess, the longevity power of Torquedo and the spot lock power of Old Town, for instance. They brought out a product that was integrated. So they had a Minn Kota trolling motor integrated into a kayak.
Yeah.
And a lot of Hobie guys are going with motor guides mounted on the front. But I think you're seeing kayaks morph into more of a small boat sector.
Yeah.
And whether it will be accepted or not by these tournament entities, which is a lot dependent on sponsorship by the motor companies, I think that's where you will see kind of the two crossover.
Yeah.
I think you'll see a lot of the technology. You'll see live scope. You'll see spot lock. You'll see a lot of this coming into the kayak game.
Yeah.
And I see the future kind of shifting that way. But I think live streaming on GoPros or DJI, they're offering, or Garmin, whatever it is, I think you will see a live stream POV offering become more of a player in the kayak fishing. I think people want to see what's going on in the boats at all times. You want to be able to click and select the angler you want to see at all times.
Yeah.
And also from a tournament director perspective, we don't have marshals. We don't have camera guys in all our boats. So I think that's going to hold people much more accountable on the kayak fishing side. If I had to pick the future of kayak fishing, that's the number one thing that I would see is kind of more, in the boat accountability.
Wow. That'd be cool. I'd love to see that. I think that's a big thing in all of tournament fishing, is what you just said, right? Is the ability to have access to anglers and for the fans, right? For the entertainment, for learning, and for accountability.
And to collect fine revenue when the angler...
Collect fine revenue? Absolutely.
The one thing that I still don't, I don't know, I still don't necessarily agree with, or you named the events earlier. Champlain, the Chesapeake, the Potomac.
Yeah.
They're all the biggest bodies of water around.
That's true.
And you're in a freaking kayak.
That's true.
Which is designed for getting access to places big boats can't.
Right.
So I know there's reasons why you go to those bigger bodies, but it just seems so contradictory. And I would love to see I'd love to see events on bodies of water that I haven't heard about.
Right.
Or that aren't getting pummeled by every other trail out there.
Right.
So.
Sneak holes.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that ideology, but municipality money plays a factor in where these big tournaments are going. And number two, accessibility on these big bodies of water that you might not have seen before in bass boat tournaments, for instance. I know we had a guy on Lake Fork that was ran up on by a prominent MLF angler that had to take all his electronics and shit off his boat to get under a bridge. And he runs up on this kayak angler and roasts him for cutting him off on his spot. Like, those are things that you need to take into account. Like, how many spots that are fingers that are just way off the grid on these lakes that bass boats can't get to. So it's not necessarily the large body of water or the venue that's hosting it, but it's where can these kayaks get to that bass boats might not have had accessibility to on tournament day.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like seeing you guys be able to get into those places. Are you allowed to get out and drag your kayak over a sandbar, over a rock wall, and do that kind of stuff that we can't in the bass boat?
Certain events, in some events. So usually river events, obviously will kind of have the rules adjusted as to dragging shoals and things. But for the most part, we try to keep it paddle only. But if you can paddle fast enough to jump a tree or whatever,
right,
get there,
I got you. There's a lot of places on the bodies of water we're talking about that, man, I'd love to be able to get in there and fish, but just never could do it.
Well, I tell you, this is great insight tonight into the world of kayak bass fishing and kayak tournament fishing. What a cool thing. Keeps growing. If you're watching or listening, if you haven't tried kayak fishing, try it. Borrow a buddy's kayak. Go to Dick's and get one for $299. Damn shitty ass Pelican, whatever. Try it, because Dave, wouldn't you agree? Once you get into it, it's pretty addicting. Right?
It's the most realistic way for someone who's young or even old to start getting into competition.
Right. Very accessible. And Ryan, I want to thank you for coming on the show again and giving us a little update on what's going on. And now I've got a new challenge to uphold for 2021.
Make him shave his beard.
I got to get to that. I got to get to that Tournament of Champions at the end of the year now.
I don't care what part you shave, but I want to see you at the Tournament of Champions.
That's a deal. That's a deal, and I want to see you there too. And I want to compete against you again. Looking forward to it.
All right, got to roll on, right?
Ryan Lambert, everybody. Yes.
Thank you, fellas.
Thanks,
Thank
Ryan.
you, Ryan.
Thanks, Conrad.
Good luck this
He
year.
used a word earlier that's like my favorite word of 2020. He said he clapped somebody. I learned it from our running back this year. I was coaching. He's like, "Yeah, I clapped him, yo." I'm like, "What?"
Yeah.
I had learned it, dude. Clapped. It was the best word of 2020.
Pete, have you ever used that word before?
I thought it had a different meaning.
Yeah.
To be honest. If you get clapped up, it means you're going to have to go see the doctor later.
No. Different clap. That's
It's used in sports senses now, like you whoop somebody.
Not the clap, just clap. All right.
Pete claps when he watches golf on Sundays.
Jesus.
Sure.
Golf and tennis. That was cool. Catching up with Ryan Lambert right there. Great to hear from him. Kayak World's blowing up. Brian Carver, I think we're going to take a little break. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Listen, we're going to take a little break. If you're watching or listening, hang in there with us, because when we come back, we've got the one and only Byron Velvick on. I can't wait to talk to Byron. Haven't talked to him in such a long time. I want to catch up with him, see what he's been up to, talk about the past, the future, the present, all that stuff.
And surprise guests.
And surprise guests.
Oh, yeah.
Hang in there with us. When we come back, more Ike Live.
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh, is he in my pocket?
There's a special place in our hearts for the tools of the trade. They're what we prep for a good day on the water. They're what we clean after a good day in the field. Flambeau's patented Z-Rust technology protects the gear of today from rust and corrosion. Z-Rust, for the performance of tomorrow. Preserve, perform, repeat.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has 2 products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice Live Well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an Oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
Holiday season is almost here. And you know, holiday season might as well be sock season. We're excited to announce our brand new partnership with an amazing company, Heshi Socks. That's spelt H-E-S-H-I Socks. Go to HeshiSocks.com to check out my brand new Mike Iaconelli collection. That's right, I have my own custom socks in tournament colors. I promise you, you will never, I mean never, find a more comfortable sock. The great news, all my socks are under $10 a pair when you use our promo code Ike20. This is perfect for holiday season. Go to HeshiSocks.com, use the promo code Ike20 to get the most comfortable socks.
You had a fire hazard in
world.
that commercial in the background in the outlet.
It's always a fire hazard.
Like,
yeah, did you see it?
Dude, yeah.
It's a block from the 70s. Everybody, welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. Having a great show tonight. We just spoke to the one and only Ryan Lambert. Dave, it's nice catching up with him, talking about the kayak world a little bit.
Yeah, man.
Kayak fishing's really growing. It's great to hear all that. And want to remind everybody, your questions and comments are so key to the show. If you've got a question, a comment about anything you hear, please hit us up on the IM. If you're watching over on social media, you could ask the question at Ike Live Show. Also, let me remind you, if you're watching over on Facebook, please like and share the feed. If you do that, we're going to enter you into a contest to win the world-famous Ike Live gift bag, over 20 pounds of sponsor products just for you. I know a lot of you watching and listening right now have been waiting for this. You watched our announcements earlier in the week, and you're probably excited like I am. Got a chance tonight to get on the Zoom machine, one of the pioneers of a style of fishing that I've been a fan of for a lot of years, which is swim bait fishing, big bait fishing. This guy is real important in the start of that, and real instrumental in growing the sport of fishing from the ground up. So very, very excited. The first time on Ike Live Show. Brian, I think we got him ready. Okay, we've got him in the queue. Joining us is the one and only Byron Velvick. Woo. Yes. Byron!
Mike, what's up, Iker? Hey!
What up, B?
Long time, my friend. What up, Mike?
Dude, it's so good to see you, man. How you been?
Dude, great to see you, too.
All right, first things first. How many years has it been? Because I'm trying to calculate, because I know we saw each other at the Elites.
Yep.
And it has to be gone on 2 or 3 years since we've seen each other.
It was 2016. I ended up having a forced retirement, sudden forced retirement, if you will, at the second event. Remember we went to Florida? We were all in Florida. Then the South Carolina event is when I had to turn the car around and drive back to the homestead.
That's right. That's the one where guys were making the obscene runs to freaking Santee Dam and all that stuff.
Yeah. There was a South Carolina thing where people had to run it forever and ever and ever. It was the first time they'd been to that body of tidal water, and I was 100 miles away from there, and then things happened, and I had to go home, and that was I called Mercury and at the time Triton and everybody else and told them I got to jump off the tour. So second event of the year, 2016, suddenly I quit, and that was probably the last time most anybody has seen me.
Well, it's been too long. It's so good to see you. I know a lot of people are probably asking the same thing, and I've got the same question. What have you been up to? What's from that moment to now? What's Byron been up to?
I have become a full-time dad, so I am full-time for the most part. I'm full-time papaing it. I take my daughter to school, I drop her off, I pick her up. I've committed to parenthood, and I'm raising my little girl. My ex and I share custody, and she has her, but on the Mondays through the Thursdays and Fridays, and the weekends and whatnot, I just grind along doing a lot of parenting. That's what I do now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can tell you, all of us here, with the exception of Riz, because Riz is like 18 or something. We're all dads, and we know for sure it's life changing. It's life changing.
And it's hard to fish a tournament, Mike. I know you remember the days you're missing your kid's first bike ride, or the tooth falling out, or the daddy-daughter dance. Those are tough things to miss, man. I was brokenhearted. I used to watch Skeet and everybody out there blast off just crying because they were missing so many milestones with their kids. You know how that goes.
Oh, dude, I remember it. I know it now. As I sort of enter the back half of my career, I think about it all the time. There are things that I think about. There are things that I question. Rank it for me, Byron. You've been involved in a lot of amazing stuff over the years. in the fishing world and other businesses. Being a dad, rank that for me. Where's that at in your life?
You know, I was talking to Zona today. It's funny you said that because I was texting Zona. Was out here at Choke Canyon recently, and we're talking about swim baits and sight fishing and Choke Canyon and whatnot. And I wouldn't want to win another elite event. I don't need another big sponsor. I don't need to hoist another trophy over my head. You know, when she puts her arms around you and says, "I love you, Papa," or, you know, just a moment where something happens and there's that flash of a smile, and that's more to me than another sponsor, another tournament win, another TV show. I mean, you and I have had our run of TV shows on ESPN and NBC Sports, and, you know, all those shows were great, and doing commentary for ESPN at Bassmasters, FLW and whatnot. They're all awesome, but nothing compares to what I'm doing right now, which is just right in the knee deep of a 9.5-year-old girl who's here with her friend right now having a play date, because we just got off the lake. We were at Amistad today, so went to Amistad, caught a bunch of fish, and now we're just having a play date.
That's awesome. I'd agree with that. I mean, I think family, fatherhood, it's the most important thing in life. And for me, it definitely trumps everything. All those trophies, it trumps those. I just want to straight up ask you this, because this is, for me, a big year. You know, 2021 for me is a year of change, and sort of at a segue point for me professionally. I need to know this because this is something I'm going to be going through soon. Do you miss it? Like watching it from afar, and you're still a fan. I know you're still a fan. You still love to fish. You're still passionate about it. You're a fish head. You will always be a fish head, just like me.
Yeah.
How do you handle it? Because I'm going to be watching it from afar, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to take it. You know,
Mike, I got to tell you, it's really hard. I don't follow it. I cannot follow it.
You don't watch it.
I cannot watch it. I don't want to hear about guys cracking them on swim baits. I don't want to know that there's a great sight fishing bite going on. I don't want to. I call my friends and they're like, "Oh, well, there's a tour event, you know, this week," and I don't even know when there's a tour event. I can't watch a fishing show. I can't watch an MLF show. I unfortunately, because my retirement was unexpected. It was sudden. I wasn't planning it. It wasn't because of a neck injury. It wasn't a nice, you know, bow out. Like, you're going to be able to take a nice, you know, hey, I'm hanging it up. I've made the decision. My decision was brought on, you know, suddenly. And because of that abortion from the business and the sport of it, I cannot, Mike, watch a fishing show or follow a tournament trail.
Wow.
I can't.
Wow.
I just got my head buried in anything but that. And my friends give me updates, but I don't even know who's fishing where.
Yeah. It's interesting because I've heard that from other people about other professions, right? I've heard it from, you know, musicians and, you know, actors, and where they were, you know, they had to get out and they just shut it off, right? Just cold turkey, just cut it off. And that, you know, that's a good way. I think that is a good way to handle it, you know, and I don't know. For me, I don't know.
It happened to me, Mike. It happened to me, Byron, just like that.
Yeah.
When I stopped fishing on tour, like you, I couldn't watch a show. I couldn't do it. It depressed me. It put me in a bad place. I didn't care. I was frustrated and angry with everything, and didn't know what I was doing. And it lasted for several years, to be honest with you, you know, about following the tour, you know?
Yeah.
And, but then, you know, Mike, you started Ike Live.
Yeah.
And I started, okay, well, we got the winner on this week. Let me see what's going on. Yeah. And I started, and slowly I started becoming a fan again. And now I'm a bigger fan now than probably I ever was.
Yeah.
But I needed that time, like that you're going through, I guess, right now. I needed that time to just completely step away from it, you know, for me to like kind of heal from it.
Yeah.
And but now I love it. You know, I'm back in. I watch everything now.
Yeah.
It's funny you said that, because when I was doing FLW, I mean, I was completely out, but I was still doing the commentating. So I would get caught up in each tournament that I was co-hosting, you know, and working those tournaments. And so I got caught up in the excitement of the FLW Cups, because I was being hired for those FLW Cups. and then also for their commentary that they also had that one tournament season. So I almost was, because I was commentating, I was kind of, like you said, following it at that time. But boy, I sure didn't want to hear about extracurricular tournaments and bites that were going off that you feel like, man, I'd like to have been there, to have been on that body of water, and that bite makes you sick that you're not there. That's the tough part, man. That's the part that hurts.
Yeah. Now, I do want to ask this. You look at your daughter's 9, and, another 9 years seems like a long time, but it's actually, as we get older, you know how quick 9 years goes. Is getting back to the tour, professional fishing, would you consider that, Byron, as your daughter grows up and leaves the house? Would you consider going back?
Are we talking about a senior tour, Mike? Is that what we're thinking about?
No, I'm shit.
Are you going to start a senior tour? Because I'm all in. Could you imagine me at 65 trying to throw a swim bait? I think I'll throw my joint out. I'll definitely 65-year-old guys throwing swim baits and tearing rotator cuffs, thinking they're still 35. Throwing that 12-inch bait and trying to throw a HUD out there. It's like we're going to break ourselves.
Yep.
Byron, anything's possible. I'm qualifying for the 2024 Olympics in the breakdancing segment, so anything's possible. Don't second guess yourself.
Byron, you need to start thinking about it though, because I'm going to tell you something. I got one that's 25 now, and by the time they get to high school, you're not as cool as you are when they're 9.5, dude. I hate to tell you, my friend, I really do, bro. But you need to maybe get that engine tuned up and start thinking.
Now, you know what I've kind of gotten into, which I think is neat, is I've got a couple offers, and I've been doing some educational guiding, which is cool. Guys that around the country that just want to learn how to swim bait or sight fish, especially those two things, because those are the two things I've been doing for like 30 plus years. So I get guys that get a hold of me, and I'll even fly out to wherever they're at and do a sight fishing or swim bait, day on the water. That's a neat venue because it's kind of like a tour pro 1-day guide trip. And it's not about catching fish. It's about putting a guy in the boat with you and literally giving him everything you got, whether it's his boat or your boat, but handing him going from soup to nuts on baits and line and rods and reels and cast and cadence. And that educational, informative guide thing, and it's very, very particular. I only do it on days I don't have my daughter. If I don't have my daughter and there's a guide trip available in San Antonio or anywhere in the country, I think that's a neat thing to do. It's a lot of fun.
That's really cool. And Byron, you brought up this is definitely something we've heard over the last 2 or 3 months. We've had the amazing opportunity to have guys here like Oliver Nye. We've had Matt Newman. We've had the Bailey brothers on the show. And every time we have these swim bait guys on, they talk about the heyday, and they talk about Byron being very much at the forefront of all this. For those of you watching, Byron, I'll put you on the spot. 2-time U.S. Open champ, 3 wins at Bass, including that giant win with that huge 3-day record weight over at Clear Lake. Do you look back on those days? Did you realize what was going on when it was happening, that all these years later you'd be a pioneer of that movement?
I was really sad to see, and we lost Tim Tucker. You remember Tucker? We lost him.
Yeah.
And he was following me in swim baits like there was no tomorrow. And he'd come out to Texas. He'd look at everything. When Steve Kennedy cracked him at Clear Lake, he was right there in the mix with me talking about it. He goes, Byron, is this going to be a national bait, or is this just a West Coast one-trick wonder?
Yeah.
And I kept saying, this thing applies across the country. This is like flipping and pitching back in the day when only Dave Glebe and Dee Thomas were flipping and pitching. And you remember what happened? They were finding fish that nobody else had seen.
Yeah.
They were making fish do things that nobody else could find because they were the pioneers of flipping and pitching and putting those baits way back in there. And that was when we were kids, Mike. You and I were growing up when Dee Thomas and Dave Glebe brought that technique to the forefront. When I started throwing swim baits, I was an ocean fisherman, but a tournament bass fisherman. And us ocean guys, a few of us were figuring out that you could catch these giants on these giant ocean lures at the time that looked like a rainbow trout. And if you remember this, Mike, I'm sure you do, super spooks used to be big to us. Do you remember a super spook?
Yeah, they were huge.
Hell yeah.
We played a super spook. Oh my gosh, they're eating a 3-hook spook. That's made for the ocean. Back then, the fisherman's mindset was A DD22 or a super spook was a monster, and I saw what these fish were doing to these trout, and when I was able to apply that in tournament bass fishing, I mean, clearly I can catch that 85.3 pounds for 3 days. That was when it blew the world away, but people still didn't think it was going to be a national thing, and now we know it is a national thing. And I never thought it could have. I wish Tim Tucker would have been around to write about it because he was at the forefront of following it. Yeah. It was,
so Byron, when we were kids, I allowed these two jackals sitting in here, Brian and Mike. I used to throw this giant Rapala. It was like a shad wrap. That was.
It's the super shad wrap.
It was, and they shamed me out of it. Like I came up with the idea that I'm like, man, I think these fish will eat these things. They shamed me out of it.
We shamed him out of everything that he came up with. It didn't matter if it was little or big.
We did actually.
Yeah, we shamed him out.
Oh, you shamed me right out of it, dude.
Now, the great thing.
You know what I always do when I do my swim bait seminars? I tell people we've all caught these little bass, like almost fingerling size bass on jerk baits and crankbaits. And you say to yourself, what is that little dude doing eating that bait? Yeah. You know what I'm talking? Like a 5 or 6 or 7 inch bass eating a full size lure. And I think Rick Clunn said it best when he said, if bass grew to 80 pounds, kids on jet skis would not be safe. Because bass are freaks, aren't they? An 80-pound bass would take a shot at a kid on a jet ski, even though he couldn't eat it, just to beat it up.
That's funny. I never heard that.
That's when swim baits came in because you're throwing a 10 or 12-inch bait. A bass just wants to annihilate it, kill it, and leave it for dead. But fishermen had never thrown them, and I could not believe the reaction I used to get on those big baits around the country. When I took that big bait, went around the country, those fish had never seen it. They'd eat it off the side of my boat. They'd chase it to the boat, and they would hit themselves against the side of the boat to eat the swim bait off the side of my boat.
How about it?
It's so crazy. I remember, vividly remember coming out to the West Coast. And, Byron, if you remember, we filmed a video called Big Bait Posse, which is it's iconic video now. Young swim bait kids now look at it like the first skateboarding video ever created, you know?
Like the movie Rad.
Oh, yeah, like the movie Rad, you know? But I remember going out there, and I remember you inviting me out there and getting to fish with you, Matt and the Bailey brothers and you guys. And I remember looking at that bait and saying, what in the fuck is this thing? Nobody's going to eat this bait. And I got to see the magic of it back then. And it's so neat, to be a part of the sport where you got to see it elevate and elevate. But I tell you, I want to ask your opinion on this. I still, even as much exposure as you've given it and as the new guys have carried it on, I still don't think it's being exploited to its full potential. Do you?
Not at all. No. And again, I think there's a lot of guys, if you read about Aaron Martins in a drop shot, you go out and pick up a drop shot, you can go out and catch a bunch of fish in a day. But when you pick up a swim bait and you go for 6-7 hours without getting bit, a lot of guys try it and then they put it down. And these guys that I do this VIP guiding with, these are guys that have a bunch of swim baits. They're tournament fishermen, but they don't have any confidence in swim bait fishing. And you can't go out like a drop shot and just catch them on it easily. You have to have all these little windows and all these particulars and the cadence and everything else. And I don't think it's been exploited yet, Mike. I think there's still a huge frontier, especially for deep swim baits. Yeah. That 30, 40, 50 foot of water, that over 20 foot and deeper big swim bait fishing hasn't even been touched yet.
Right. Yeah, it's wide open. It's interesting that so many other avenues have been explored, and this one I think is still underexplored.
I wish I had forget the world kind of money because I'd go out there and get the VIP swim bee treatment. Dude.
You're telling me you didn't hit the Mega Millions the other day, Dave? I thought that was you.
Nah, I wish.
Come on now. I'll do it. Hey, listen, anybody wants to get a hold of me and do this, what I like about it is you go out and you show somebody you let them show you what they're doing, and you say, well, let me tell you what I think you might want to improve on or change, and here's some of the bait, the way we tune them and the way we tweak them and the way it works, and you can pretty much get a guy completely dialed in a day if you just spend a day talking swim baits the whole day. But it takes you got to almost have somebody show you this because, like you said, Mike, it hasn't been figured out by so many people. It just hasn't been figured out because it's not easy to do.
Yeah.
It's not easy to throw that big bait all day long and believe that you're going to get your arm ripped off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting technique. I want to jump back even further. I think a lot of people watching tonight, Byron, watching and listening, they know you from a lot of things. They know you from your wins on tour. They know you from TV. you know, they see you as the glitzy guy. But I want to jump back and go old school. I want to go way back. In fact, we might even patch in a surprise guest here in a second. And I want to go back. And I want everybody watching and listening to know that it always wasn't that glitzy. Bass fishing wasn't that glitzy. There was a day when, Byron, when you were sleeping in a damn minivan. And wait, we got a guy to put you on the spot about it. Skeet Reese joining us tonight. Skeet! Skeet, tell us about this.
Freak?
Skeet, tell us about this white freaking minivan you got. You guys were traveling. You guys were like a band of gypsies on the West Coast. Tell us about this.
Yeah, and I got my glass of wine, so I'm good. What do you guys got over there? What are you drinking?
We got whiskey and beer over here, Skeet.
Hold on.
Cheers.
Come on, B-boy. Cheers.
I got my Snoop Dogg. I got my new Snoop Dogg wine. I got to get some.
He does. He has wine, dude. I saw the sign.
Snoopy.
Yeah.
Here goes the show now.
Where's my Snoop Dogg wine? I got to find it.
Yep. That's amazing.
Camera, I know I'm not drinking wine. Go back. Go back to my TV. Bad influence over here, Steve. Thank you. I was like, you're not going to drink wine.
Oh, my God.
If they ever ran like DNA samples on Byron's van.
Oh, hey.
The van
right here.
The computer would have just like overloaded. There was so much.
Yeah, it would look like Hugh Hefner's massage table, right?
Oh, my God. Skeet's been drinking tonight.
Don't even pretend like you don't know.
What you talking about? I was in a little silver Azkaban.
Byron is the original hee-ho of bass fishing.
Oh, my God. Hee-ho. I think John Murray came up with that. Bernie Schultz was the hee-ho. I think, wasn't it Bernie that started that?
So, well, here, just tell them about stripers for strippers.
Oh, I won't talk about that one either. I plead the fifth. I don't even know what you're talking about. We caught a lot of striped bass in Las Vegas. People at the strip clubs really like, the owners of the strip clubs love striped bass. So if you show up to the club with a box full of frozen stripers, you could have anything you want.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow.
And Iaconelli, you'll appreciate this. It's a mercury oil box with a whole bunch of frozen stripers. They wanted them whole and gutted and just sticking their little frozen tails out. And you were walking into a completely crowded club, and you were dropping off in the office. They would take you to the office and take these stripers. You give them a box full of stripers, and you had carte blanche that night at the club.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
He was right there with me.
Byron had carte blanche, and then the rest of us were just bystanders.
Yeah, the bystanders.
But was right there with me,
dude. But this
all
is
the way through.
This is mind blowing. This is what I love about this. Like, there are so many young anglers right now watching this, and even young tour guys that you know, when they look at fishing, you know, I think a lot of these guys are jaded, right? You know, their moms and dads, they got a 2,500 diesel truck waiting for them when they turn 18. Dude, this to me was the heyday of the sport.
Yeah.
These stories, it brings me back. Like, I can close my eyes and watch you guys traveling from tournament to tournament with these little escapades in the middle. Dude, what a glorious time for fishing back then.
Glorious. And to your point, Mike, I mean, my Astrovan, honest to God, I got a hold of Chevy because I rolled it over 4 times. I did 480,000 miles on that Chevy Astrovan.
Wow.
487,000 women, too.
Get him off, okay? I think he's drank too much.
Byron's trying to kick you off. I want to keep putting you on the spot, though. So, you know, more than just the escapades, the tournament fishing. Because you...
No, the escapades.
And both. Actually, both. But you guys didn't start out as superstars. When you think about that class of guys that came out of the West Coast in that era, right? You know, John and Byron and Skeet and Aaron and so many of those guys in that time period. It didn't just happen like that. You guys didn't just turn a switch. You worked your ass off. You grind it, and I want guys to know that. That was a lot of hard work back then.
Oh yeah, Skeet had an aluminum boat deal. He was fishing a Lund. You know, Skeet was in and out of boat deals, working at the tackle store. And I'm not bashing Skeet, but we all were basically, if we won a boat, we'd think about keeping it to fish out of it, because we were borrowing boats and stealing boats and trying to buy a boat. And it wasn't like we had boat sponsors and didn't have car sponsors, putting 400,000 miles on a car. And Skeet was over there working in a tackle store, and we were all really, really hungry. And we were having to, all we could live on back out there was in West was our tournament winnings. We didn't have a sponsor roster. So you went tournament to tournament. Skeet, I know you're going to bring it up, but I would go golf balling. I'd pick up golf balls all the way home.
Wow.
No kidding.
You did get a lot of balls.
Wow.
Remember the golf balling days? I mean, my thing was to put on a wetsuit. Golf balls. That was how I made all my money. I had to have a backup.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, so Byron was an inspiration to me growing up. I mean, he mentored me on the swim bait portion of it.
Yeah.
You know, and I was able to take it and have some success with it too. But, you know, there was Russ Meyer and Byron were like the only two guys I knew that had anything like this, you know, swim bait like that. You're like, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Byron let me into a few of his little secrets back then. But we were both just vagabonds, living in vehicles, sleeping in our vehicles at boat ramps. You know, I was homeless, living in a vehicle for 6 months. Byron lived in a van just by choice for 9 years.
I liked living in that van. It was more comfortable than the Roach motels. We didn't have VRBO. Hey, there was no such thing as VRBO back then. You couldn't rent a house. Either you stayed at the Regency or whatever it's called, the Goodnight Inn in Eufaula, Alabama, or you slept in your van. At least you knew in your van you weren't going to get bed bugs. But my gosh, those hotels.
You caught other things in that van, probably.
So, hey, Byron, I have to know, as a normal civilian male that never experienced the things you did, and I speak on behalf of pretty much every guy probably watching this. For those of you guys that don't know, and you younger guys, Byron was on The Bachelor about 15 years ago, right, Byron? About 15?
Yeah, what was that, 2006? You're right. Right after.
And right now, like, my wife and her cousin Ro are watching because you're on. They are. They're
cousin Ro.
Yeah, Roseanne's. So anyway, my point, Byron, what is it like as a normal guy to actually, when you finally started getting chased by the paparazzi and they're trying to catch pictures of you on the sly? What's that like?
That was weird. I was a 40-year-old divorced bass fisherman. I had a quick marriage that didn't last very long with no kids, and so I'm back on tour. I'm living, to Skeet's point, I'm living in my Astro van. ABC starts calling me because my friends told me about the show, and they threw me in it. I'd never watched the show, and all of us on tour had never watched the show. We watched Jesse James' Monster Garage and the Weather Channel before we went to bed. Those were the only two things we watched that I remember. So we're watching just your regular, you know, Monster Garage type shows, and then all of a sudden ABC tells me a dating show, and it shocked me that they picked me to be on that show. And it was the weirdest reality when they put you on private jets and fly you around and give you all these roses and tell you to pick out women. And I would have never in a million years, I'd be hanging out with Dennis Miller at the Emmys or being on The View with, you know, everybody and Jimmy Kimmel and Ellen DeGeneres. That was a weird reality. Very weird 15 minutes.
Because I drew a co-angler up in Champlain that told an interesting story. He drew you too, and he talked about you dodging paparazzi like in the wee dark hours of the morning of the tournament.
Wow.
They were trying to get a picture of me with anybody because they were trying to figure out if you really were with the girl from the show or you weren't with the girl from the show.
Yeah.
The paparazzi thing was very, very weird.
Did they ever follow you out on the lake?
There were times that there were boats out there and a bunch of people taking pictures. And then I'd see them, like, I guess they would sell those pictures to In Touch magazine or Us magazine, or you'd see the picture pop up and you knew they were they were in one of the spectator boats, but they were just taking pictures, and then they would sell those pictures because they were paparazzi to those weekly rags, and you'd see them pop up. So
I got a figure for your 9-year-old. It's got to be horrifying for her to watch like 50-year-old broads perfing on you, right? Like this at the supermarket, right? What does she say about that?
She every time somebody recognizes, she always wonders if it's somebody from fishing or if it's somebody. She only found out The Bachelor about 6 months ago. She found out.
Okay.
Wow.
So I think 8.5 years from her, and she finally found out.
Yeah,
So,
it's crazy. it's interesting to me because, you know, when you look back on it, this is a question for both you guys, Skeet especially. When you guys were back then traveling in your van, scraping by, you know, bare boning it, did you ever think it would bare boning?
Byron was a bare boner.
That one was for Byron.
There's a lot of bare boning going on.
Yeah, that was for Byron.
New swim bait color.
Did you ever think it would get to this point? Like, honestly, like, did you ever think years later it would get to the point where it's at now?
No chance in hell. Yeah, I was like Byron. We just wanted to catch fish for a living, chase, you know, just the lifestyle, the thought of competing, catching fish, traveling around sounded like fun. I know for myself, I never fathomed I'd be in this position that I've been in for how many years. And, you know, the industry providing what it's provided and the experiences that I've had. So, yeah, you can't foresee it. All, you know, the one thing that keeps us, everybody watching this show right now, that's in your room, that's on the camera right now, we're all here because we have one common passion, and that is the love for fishing.
Yeah.
And
but Skeet, what would you give to be able to have captured with a GoPro, like your first couple years with Byron on the road? What would you give, bro?
They make movies of that shit right there.
I remember Skeet and I had some funny moments, especially after that show when him and I were still back to just being our normal selves, and there were some crazy things happening around us because of the show. And Skeet's like, the weird reality of it all was bizarre for both of us. And we grew up together, like Skeet said. We were two paupers living in cars and barely making it. And like anything that we could win at a tournament would get us to the next tournament. And any side job or any guiding trip or whatever else that would pay the bills to get us there. And I think we both. One of my big epiphanies, and I know you've done it too, Mike, and a lot of us have, is go to Japan, and then you go to Spain, and you're sitting going, oh my God, I'm in Japan, I'm in Spain, I'm in the Euro Cup, and this is bass fishing, took us around the world. Those are those moments where you're flying to and from other countries and being treated like a celebrity in those countries because of bass fishing. And you're thinking, this kid in the back of an Astrovan would have never dreamed to be invited to those places.
It's crazy.
Now, Byron, did your fishing ever take you to like some third world countries that may have just been seeing your season of The Bachelor for like the first time? Like they're still watching Baywatch in like Ukraine. You know what I mean? Like I'm just wondering. Like, was it fresh to them?
Hey, if it's still got Pamela Anderson, I'm watching still too. So.
Laserdisc.
Nah, if you see her recently, she looks like one of them, like one of the old school, like creepy puppet that would come alive at night. Like her face, she get all kinds of stuff. I saw her get interviewed about Julian Assange.
No, the old Pam. The old Pam. We want the old Pam.
Yeah.
Sorry, Byron.
Yeah. No. I actually had an interesting thing happen when we were doing Bass Center. And when we were doing Bass Center, I remember being in the elevator at ESPN, and a guy freaked out. He goes, "Oh my God!" He goes, "I can't." He got on the phone with his wife. They lived in Japan, and they were currently watching The Bachelor, which had already aired for us like 3 years before.
I knew it.
Wow.
And they were wrapped up in it. Yeah, they're wrapped up in other countries, and it's really weird. You get some weird stuff on Facebook from people that are watching it in other countries because it does air in other places, and that's bizarre because it's just weird that it's still out there. And even now people recognize you from the show, and I can't believe they would remember you after 15 years.
You're like, yeah, dude, that chick like died 4 years ago. You know what I mean? They don't even know because they're just watching it. You know what I mean?
That's messed up. I do want to put you guys on the spot about something, which is the heyday of bass fishing. The heyday of bass fishing. And we've had, in the last couple months, we were lucky to have some. So we had Roland on.
Yeah.
We had Randy Blockett on the show. We had some real old-timers, and we asked them that. We've had some young guys on in the last few months. We've asked them the same question. But I want to ask both of you guys, Byron and Skeet. I'm going to start with you, Skeet. Was that the heyday of bass fishing, that you know, late 90s to mid-2000s, you know, when all this was going down, when bass fishing was spiking, you know, and you know, we were getting mainstream coverage, and you know, Skeet, you were taking rods to the masses and creating a brand. Was that the heyday of bass fishing? Has it peaked, or is the heyday still coming?
Well, that's a really good question, Mike. I'd like to think that there's still another heyday ahead of us, but I'm uncertain. The world's such a different place than it was. Yeah. I just look as growing up as a Western angler, Byron and I mean, that was our living. If you could go win a boat, that's how you survived for a year.
Yeah.
We used to have 3 or 4 tournament trails out here that every tournament you could win a boat. So you might have 12, 15 chances to win a boat on the West Coast before. Those have pretty much dried up. I'd say since early 2000s, those started going away. I know from my career, I look at, I think the biggest transformation was when ESPN purchased Bass. Yeah. And we had that insurgence of the brand name. Not that it really moved the needle from a television standpoint, because it really didn't, but the perception of it was greater than it had been in a long time. So I think it brought more awareness to it. Obviously, it's, you look at the money that ESPN spent on the TV program from Bass Center and, what Byron was doing. I look at that. I guess it was, 2005 to 2010 range was pretty epic years for our sport. Yeah. And I don't know if we'll ever see that again. I know that there's a whole group of people working really hard to make sure that it happens again, is trying to make it so happen.
I think to say anything otherwise is like a bullshit Hallmark card, Skeet, because nothing's going to beat you being a young man with Byron, kicking broads out the swing door, peeling out of a parking lot, and popping on the stage on ESPN. Like, how are you going to beat that, dude? Like, you know what I mean?
That's pretty hard to beat. I got to tell you. That's pretty hard to beat.
Byron's the only one I know has been banned from Bass.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually got banned for life from Bass at one tournament. I mean, in the heyday, to that point, there were a lot of, and Rick Clunn always complimented me on getting all the rules posted against me. Like, you're doing something right when they make rules to stop you from doing whatever you're doing. And one tournament director at one time actually banned me for life from a tournament in Rayburn. And all those stories, gosh, Skeet, it's crazy what it used to be. And I don't know. That was NASCAR days. Those were the early NASCAR days. They really were.
Yeah. Now, we need to hear the story, because I don't think a lot of our listeners and viewers don't know the story of you being ejected from Bass temporarily, because you ended up back at Bass. But why were you ejected?
What, he swim bait somebody?
I don't know. It lasted one season because I drew a guy. This was in the old days. This was tough. This was the tough time when you went boat to boat draw. Yeah. So you would draw these guys, and it was pro draw, flip a coin for spot, flip a coin for boat. It was a battle. And sadly, going back on that, I towed my boat. This is not the one I got banned from. I would take my boat from Southern California to upstate New York to fish Thousand Islands. I'd go out on the main lake. I'd get on the big smallmouth. I'd meet a guy from Alabama who wanted to go catch largemouth up the other side of the river. We'd flip a coin for boat. We'd flip a coin for spot. I would never make it back to my spot on the lake with the smallmouth. I'd never get to use my boat, because after the first day you're out. And this was the tough times that the young guys don't know about. Yeah. You could tow your boat to New York and practice and get a great practice going. And then because of a flip of a coin and a bad draw the first day, and you lost the flip of a coin, you never got back to your fish, and you never got in your boat again during the tournament.
Dang.
Those were insanely tough times.
Yeah. But Byron, you avoided the question.
Well done, Skeet.
Well, that leads me to why I got into it. I drew a kid at Rayburn. Should I say his name or not? I don't know.
Sure, absolutely. It's Ike Live. You can say and do anything you want.
What does it rhyme with?
I don't even know where he is now, but I'm going to get defamation of character and libel suits. He's probably an attorney somewhere, so I better be careful.
Now, you can only get defamation if they can prove any kind of loss came from the accusation. Now, you can say what they did to you and be clean.
Here's what happened. I drew a kid who everybody congratulated me on after I did this, but we got into it because I drew him the first day. I put him on the fish, and he really caught a pretty decent bag. And I caught a decent bag too. But then, unfortunately, I drew a guy in the top 10 for the second day. So even though I'm in the top 30, 35, I'm in the top 30 at Rayburn, I got a guy that's in the top 10, so I got to go in his boat. I got to go to his fish, and I can't go to my fish. So this little schmuck, I've heard you cuss, so I can use that word here. Prick. This little prick decides to go out, and he knows that I'm not going to be in my boat on my spots, So he goes out and starts milking on day 2. I didn't know this was happening till noon. At noon, the guy that I'm with, who's in the top 10, is falling apart. And he goes, "You're in the top 30, right?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Do you think your fish are going?" Because his fish weren't.
Yeah.
And we're at Rayburn. I go, "Yeah, let's go to my fish. They should be fine." Well, guess what? We go to my fish, and I'm having to fight every single main lake point down there at the lower part of Rayburn with Todd from the first day. And Todd and I are getting into it, and he won't let me get within earshot of him, but he's basically battling me on my own water, having never been there except for with me the first day. End of the second day, I go there, I confront him. Dewey Kendrick tells me he goes, "You handle it, Byron. I don't have time for it." So I decided to handle it. I decided I was going to handle it. I went and approached Todd, and I said, "Man, I don't know what you were thinking, but you had no right to be on those fish. Those fish I took you there yesterday." And he goes, "Well, Byron, I had a pretty good bag, and I'm going to go back on those fish again tomorrow." And that's when I basically open-handedly gave him a slap on the face.
Come on. Oh, dude, you went French duel on him.
Yes.
Slapped him in the face.
Yes.
Damn.
Yes.
Gangster.
And any self-respecting Texan would have punched him and knocked him in the dirt, but I gave him basically a bitch slap, and I said, "Listen," and I wanted to wake him up. I said, "You had no right to be there." It was a bitch slap. And I gave him a bitch slap, and I said, "You had no right to be there yet today. You should have been there. I took you there yesterday. Don't show your ass up there tomorrow." Well, he figured out now if he gets me disqualified, he could fish the spot the next day. He runs to Dewey Kendrick, and he says, "I just got slapped by Byron Velvick." And so Dewey comes up to me and says,
God. Not only did you get slapped as a man, but you went and admitted to another man that you got slapped, dude.
Yes.
Oh, my God. Dang, dude.
And they're like, "Man, only Californians must do the slapping. I really ruined everything. I'm a sand from California."
Now, Byron,
I slapped him. I slapped him in the face.
But Byron, I guess on a speed scale of you have like a 5-year-old that maybe bites you and you tap him on the cheek, or like a full-handed WWE type slap to the cheek. Where would you put that slap to Todd's face?
Way more WWE than a
So you cracked him, all right.
It was a WWE. It was too bad there weren't cameras on it.
Oh man! Shout out to Dewey Kendrick for letting that happen.
Did you get DQ'd for a long time?
Ike, you're old school. Pete, you're old school. B's old school. So back in the day, tournaments used to be head-to-head draws, whether it was a Redman Tournament Trail, the Bassmaster Invitationals, the Opens. So I'm a firm believer that back in the day, when you fished head-to-head against somebody in the boat, it taught you about boat positioning because you had to cock block that dude behind you.
Yeah.
And but today's competition, today's competitors have never experienced that situation.
Right.
So I believe that the anglers from back then were better anglers because that head-to-head competition in a boat. And I'm just curious on somebody else's thought on that. Let me just take over, Mike.
Yeah, no, take over, please. I'd agree with that. I think you had to learn different perspectives on things, and I think a lot of the strengths that I have were from those draws, And I drew out with big name guys that I learned from. I drew out with Kevin before. I drew out with locals that nobody's ever heard of that I learned stuff from. So I think there was a learning element, but I think there was also the element that Byron talked about, which is how to manage water, how to get along with people, how to negotiate. Like that stuff's young guys don't have that nowadays, No. They've lost that. They've lost that element. So I think there is something to it. Pete, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, it was highly competitive. I mean, you had to stay in there and fight. I remember tournament my first year, I drew out with Kevin. And I'm like, I had to strategize because I'm like, if I just go with Kev, because Kevin had already been Angler of the Year, he'd already been a superstar, and if I go with him and just do what I'm gonna lose my shot. So I had to battle with him over the coin toss on the boat. I had to battle with him but he was great to fish with him. As it turned out, it was. But going in, man, you got to fight. You got to fight for everything, and it really does, man. It's
how hard did you slap him, Pete?
Level.
Yeah, did you slap him? Bitch slap.
I didn't bitch slap him, but I had a guy from in one of the tournaments that we went to one of my spots, and he got so upset with me that he tried to bitch slap me. And we got into a major hostile, and this can't happen today. Skeet, to your point, like this would never happen. We're in the boat, man, and like we were flipped. Like I decided his area wasn't working. We went to my shallow dock flipping pattern, and he was talking real loud. And I asked him if he could stop talking so loud, which went over like a fart in church, you know.
But yeah, Skeet. Moreover, on your point with the younger generation, they don't have any idea that you got to use your index finger to, for exclamation points, just so you can close the distance to get a proper slap in range. You know what I mean? They don't even know.
Well, I survived that with him, and you know, it took a long. His face got so red, I thought we were going down, and as it turned out, it didn't happen. But I am impressed, Byron. Yeah. I mean, I've heard all kinds of tough talk from anglers. Oh, that son of a bitch pulled in on my spot. I'm going to kick his ass. You know, I'm going to throw down. I have never heard of a throwdown. So that's the first time I've ever heard of one.
You know what's funny?
Byron rule came in effect after that. So the rest of us, if you did, you were never gonna fish again. So
but here's the thing. You know how many guys? I can't tell you how many guys came up to me, like Larry, Nixon, everybody, and they all shook my hand. I had so many tour pros telling me that they had the same thing happen from the same guy. The same guy did it to them. Wow. And there were so many guys that said, oh, my God, if anybody deserved to finally be called out and, you know, the punishment doesn't fit the crime, you should be banned for life. I mean, you know, they sent me home that day from the tournament, but they didn't keep me banned for life very long. It was only for 2 tournaments. And it was unfortunate because this guy had a reputation for doing that to a lot of other people. Yeah. And he was known for being a guy that would steal your water. If you drew him the first day, you could count on him competing with him the rest of the tournament.
Do you regret not curling your fingers from the slap?
You know, I'm glad I didn't get banned for life that day, and they only suspended me from the tournament, because if they would have banned me for life, I would have gone and killed them that night. That night, I was really gone looking for him. I slapped him, and I drove home, and then they decided to ban me for life, and I'm like, I need to go find this guy, because if my fishing days are over, and I'm at a Bassmaster because of this guy, you know, it was and people laughed about me. I should have punched him. I should have done this, but I was just trying to get a point across that he didn't need to be on my water. And, you know, it was an animated slap, but it got bad.
Yeah. I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. These stories, definitely, in my opinion, these were the heydays of the sport. Like, you know, we could never go back to it, right, Skeet? Like, you know, like what we're talking about, we could never go back to that time where this stuff was happening, where they'd let us go in 8-foot waves and lightning storms. We could never go back to that.
Those are the good old days.
The good old days, the Wild West.
I can't even get back to the rest of this show because this slap took me out, dude. I'm never going to be able to hear nothing else. I can't stop.
Days ruined.
That's all I want to talk about is this.
You're just talking about the slap.
That is the most disrespectful way to tell a guy you're a bitch, is to open hand.
Byron, so here's a little, I mean, does anybody know that Byron is the inventor of the hyzer?
Oh, yeah, the hyzer.
The hyzer?
Hyzer.
No.
He takes all his hats and cuts them into visors.
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's true.
Yeah, he had good hair for that.
It started with this hat right here. This is a Mercury. This is an old Mercury Black Max hat. And I used to use this. You know, the U.S. Open, I still fish the U.S. Open. And the U.S. Open's every year. Now it's in October, thank goodness. But when the U.S. Open used to be in July, under contract, you're supposed to wear a black Mercury hat. Well, it's 1,000 degrees at Lake Mead in July. So I was cutting the top off them. And then I came to realize that when you cut the top off a hat, it's more aerodynamic and it doesn't blow off. The wind actually blows up under, and you don't lose your hat when you're wearing this thing. You can drive this at 75 miles an hour and it stays right where it's at.
Byron, you wanted your flow to blow in the air.
Yeah, but Skeet, was he your influence for wearing a visor all the time everywhere?
I did wear a visor for a long time.
You wore a hyzer, just like Scott Martin and everybody else.
Yeah, but you're the originator. So.
If you guys got glorious hair, it's no different than guys with good arms that wear like sleeveless shirts. Like your hair is your arms. You know what I mean? You got good hair. They got great hair.
That's true. They do have good hair. They do have good hair.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, look at that thing.
Locks.
That's unbelievable. Why I have you, Skeet, I know you have to run in a bit. Why I have you here, I do want to bring up something else. I want to talk something else about you guys, which is the West Coast guys, the West Coast anglers, including West Coast techniques. And we had this conversation with Cody Meyer a few months ago on the show. It's unbelievable how many great, talented anglers are put out of the West Coast. These techniques, swim baiting, finessing, drop shotting, all these amazing techniques. Why is it then that the West Coast still seems like it gets a bad rap? Like, I can never wrap my hands around why the West Coast doesn't get the credit it's due. Why is that?
Well, I think it has gotten the credits due because you look at the anglers that have come from the West Coast and over the last 20 years, we've made a hell of an impact on the sport.
Yeah.
So anybody that's denying what myself or Byron or Aaron or Dean or John or anybody that's done, they're in denial because we've and it goes back to the D. Thomas, the Dave Gleeby days. D. Thomas, the godfather of flipping. So what I think California, the West Coast, what is the problem on the West Coast is you have a few cities and you got a shitload of country in between. There's desert and mountains where there's no population.
Yeah.
So you've got these little dense populations here and there and a few lakes around. It's not like we're in the South where you've got 10,000 lakes or, the North where there's little lakes everywhere. We got limited amount of bodies of water that guys get to fish, and it's very spread out. So like for me to get to Lake Havasu from my house is a 10-hour drive.
Yeah.
But it's still considered West Coast. Me to get to Columbia River, 15-hour drive. It's not just a 4 or 5 hour, 6 hour drive where like if you live in Alabama, you can be in a shitload of lakes in a 10-hour drive.
Right.
We don't have that luxury out here.
Yeah.
So we have smaller groups of fishermen, whether it's Southern California, it's Phoenix, it's NorCal, it's Oregon, Washington. You got little pods here and there. But the one thing I will say that I still think the greatest fishermen have ever, been in the sport outside of KBD is the West Coast guys, because we have the most diversified fishery here, I believe, than any part of the country.
Yeah.
So from the Highland, deep water, clear water reservoirs to tidal systems to natural lakes, everything. And that's, that was a benefit for me. And I know Byron as well, growing up out here. You got Lake Mead, Lake Havasu, you got the Delta, you got Clear Lake, you got Shasta, Oroville, all completely different fisheries. So to be able to be good out here, you had to be versatile.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we've seen the anglers that have come across, and we have more versatility here, but we've also had some of the best specialists come across from the West Coast too. Aaron and with the drop shot and finesse fishing to, frog fishing to flipping. So that's it. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah. I want to hear your opinion on it, Byron, because I don't think the West Coast guys get enough credit, for the impact on the sport.
And to that point, it was pointed out to me before, we have a lot less fish per acre here. If we go out and get 5 or 6 or 8 bites a day in some of our bodies of water, we're still fishing hard at the end of the day. Whereas a guy from back east, they're used to being on a lot more fish because they have so many more fish in the water per acre than we do. We have some pretty empty bodies of water, and it's hard to get bit on a lot of our lakes. And we're also a little bit more versatile in that we're going shallow and deep. I remember I was talking to some guys that I thought, mentors of mine that were interested more in the deep water bite, because back in those days, like Skeet's talking about, we were fishing a lot deeper at Shasta and Oroville and Folsom and Meade and Mojave than those guys back east were fishing. But I think besides the U.S. Open, which is a fantastic event that I still think is worth fishing every year if I can, besides that major event on Lake Mead and the U.S. Open series, there just isn't enough boats out here. There's not a tour out here.
Right.
You can make a living in Texas fishing. Right now, there are guys that are making a really good living here. I live in San Antonio now, and there's guys around here that do great fishing the 4 or 5 different major Texas trails.
Yeah.
And to Skeet's point, that is all washed up. That disappeared with us. We can't win boats, on the West Coast like we used to. If you don't go out to the U.S. Open and do well in the U.S. Open, that's the only thing you have left out there. And it's unfortunate the sponsors don't recognize you.
Yeah.
When when we were doing it, when Skeet and I and Murray were crushing it, and I know Skeet heard this too, you know, we were still considered a zip code fisherman. You could dominate the West Coast. You could crush them from all the way from the Columbia River, all the way down to Lake Martinez, almost to Mexico, and everything in between, in California, Arizona, Nevada. But the sponsors wanted nothing to do with you until you went back east. And I had to go back east after I won the U.S. Open. The second time. I had to use that money the second time to go on the tour because I wasn't going to get a sponsor. I went to every ICAST show. I'm like, I won my first U.S. Open when I was 26. I won the second U.S. Open when I'm like 33. And I can't get a sponsor unless I go back east. And they all told me that. And that was unfortunate. And I think that's the struggle, Mike, to your point. That is the struggle. You can be a really good, proficient, fantastic West Coast fisherman. But unless you do like, you know, Brett Hite, Brett Erler, you know, Skeet, I, Murray, you know, Aaron, everybody, we don't go back east, they'll never hear about us.
Why this is a question for Skeet and Byron too. Why won't the national trails keep going back out west? It's frustrating for me because I know some of the answers. I know that's what I'd say too. I know some of the answers that you'll get from anglers, but dude, the fisheries out there, the history, like why every other year at least won't these national trails go west? Why is that happening?
It's 100% business right now. There's a whole group of anglers out here that would like to support it and be involved with it, but it's the leagues. The expense for a league to come out here to the West Coast, their expenses double. And right now we are in the world. Obviously this 2020 was a shit show for everybody, not knowing what's going on, finances, economic impacts. You know, we're in the world of P&Ls and spreadsheets, and every business is okay. So if it costs them an extra $10,000 or $20,000 to come out here for a series of events, that goes against the bottom line. I don't like it. I don't agree with it because there's such a huge community of fishermen still on the West Coast out here that want to support a league, a sport, the industry. So I'm hoping that we're going to get past that point because it is, and I want that because Byron and I mean, we've made livings and careers being West Coast anglers, and I want that opportunity for more anglers in the future out here. So I'm fighting every year to make sure that someday we're going to get back out here on a consistent basis.
What about participation? I gotta call you to the carpet on this. West Coast, when they have the Opens or the FLW, you know, tournaments out there, the participation by the California anglers is low.
You know, that was during a bad recession in the economy. Right now, the U.S. Open is 250 boats full every time. They got 230 boats for next year's Open already, $1,600 entry fee, and these guys are filling up, and there's a waiting list. For one tournament, the one U.S. Open on Lake Mead, there's a waiting list to get on it. I barely got in last year. I got in at the last minute because a couple of guys dropped out, and I didn't think I was going to get in. And I saw a window with my daughter being with her mom where I could actually drive out there and fish the Open. But there is to Skeet's point, there is the anglers. They came from Nevada, Arizona, Oregon, Washington to the U.S. Open last year, and they'll fill it up again this year. 250 boats, 300 boats, and they'll fill it all the way up.
And I believe we can get 100 to 150 boats in a tournament out here, whether it's a Toyota series, whatever it might be. You know, the reality is the cost of living on the West Coast is way greater than the rest of the country. So disposable income, I think, is tighter for a lot of people, even though salaries can be higher. And we're still dealing with fishing is not a way of life on the West Coast. Fishing and hunting is a way of life through, you know, once you get east of the Mississippi River, that's a way of life. The South. And so it's bred into the kids a whole lot more than it is out here. But on the flip side, there's a shitload of kids in high school programs, fishing programs on the West Coast these days. So there's nice. Tons of anglers coming up that want an opportunity. And the tournament trails that are here are doing well and thriving, and the numbers are good. So I still believe there's plenty of opportunity Are we going to have 250 boats on a regular tour event? Whether Toyota Series, probably not at this point in time. But I still believe that it's a viable consumer base out here, and I think California is the second largest fishing license sales state in the United States, second to Texas. So there's a lot of anglers here. Yeah. It's getting past the leagues to get past their P&Ls to, say, look, we gotta support those that are supporting us.
Yeah. Well, I hope for one, I want to see a regular return to the West Coast. I hope that happens. All right, real quick. This is Ike Live. There's only one rule in Ike Live, and that is you have to be truthful. Byron, this is going to be. I'm going to start with you, and then Skeet. I got the same question for you, and I'm gonna let you guys put each other on the spot. I know we heard some great stories already, but here it is. Byron, give us one story about Skeet that nobody knows about. That's a great story. Ready, go.
Keep in mind, he was pretty harsh early on.
That's right. That's why I picked you first, because he already talked about some of the great stories about you. So we need to hear a Skeet story that's epic.
He wasn't slapping Byron. He came out punching. Remember that, all right?
I don't know how many people know Skeet actually worked at a at a Chippendales. I mean, I don't know if it's well known, but he was. I'm not saying he was actually dancing, even though supposedly he was MC Hammer's backup dancer.
Oh!
True story. He was friends with MC Hammer, and they used to do the "Don't touch this thing" and wobble around their pants together. But then I heard that segued into some maybe bartender or waiter at a Chippendales venue. But wherever the girls go for dancing for dollars, Skeet was there. Skeet was involved with the dancing for dollars for women, and I can guarantee you he's had a couple dollars stuck in his G-string.
Oh, no, Skeet.
You know for a fact Skeet used to dance for some dollars.
Yes.
All right, Skeet, you're up.
There you go.
Hey, the things we do for money.
I want to say I really enjoyed being Skeet's friend all these years. I'm sad to see it end tonight.
Well, that was a good one. That's going to be hard to follow up, Skeet. But I know, gotta be. I can think of just my time knowing Byron. I can think of a couple hundred amazing stories that no one's ever heard. But give us one. Give us a great story or something that happened over the years that no one knows about with Byron.
Oof.
So easy on me. I kept it PG rated.
I'll keep it pretty benign. So I'm fast forwarding a little bit, a few years to bachelor years. I think the most entertaining portion for it, for Murray and I, was, so we know Byron, and we've been in clubs, and the hottest women in the entire club, the hottest blondes you could ever imagine, 10 pluses, would be frothing over Byron. Fabio over in the corner with the trench coat, the long hair.
It's true.
He's just eating.
And I got to see this myself.
And it's so here's these mega hot blondes. Byron doesn't like blondes. So we're watching The Bachelor. So they got all these hot blondes on there crawling all over, trying to make out with them. And Byron, John and I are like, Murray's like, that ain't gonna happen. She's not dark enough. The darker the skin, the darker the hair, the more Byron was engaged. So that's
wow.
Byron.
All right.
Wow, to have that.
To be selective.
Dude, be selective. Dave.
He was selective.
Dude.
Well, I shouldn't say that. Sometimes his culling process was pretty questionable at times.
I would call that discriminatory.
Somewhere we didn't cull properly. We've all made mistakes in culling. I know Iaconelli has too. Let's put Iaconelli on culling, okay? I'm going to tell you.
Oh my God! Oh, that's so awesome, Dave.
We've all been around the country, and we've all made mistakes in culling. I am not going to go any further than that.
No, there's a lot of people that never had a chance to make a mistake, dude. I think you're a little wrong about that. And a lot of us that never had that mistake.
And here's the thing: most of us, mere mortals, we're culling 2 and 3 pounders. You know, what's it like to be culling 10 pounders all the time. You know, like,
not even calling them. You ain't even casting at them.
You're not even casting at them because you don't even care about them. They're just 10s.
Yeah.
You want the 12s and 13s.
Darker ones.
Dude, I'm looking for like a pound and a halfer. I'm happy with the 1.8. I don't give a shit.
He's hunting for dark 15s.
Love you, Byron.
Love you, Skeet. Thanks.
All right, so the message board has to know. Skeet Reese, you had fishing rods, but we need to know who handed out more rods for those years on tour.
That's a good question.
Who handed out more rods?
Who gave out who gave out more rods for those years on tour?
Byron gave out his rod a lot more.
That's a setup. I did not even come close to that.
All right, Riz, what else we got coming through the message board? I know it's lit up. What else we got?
Yeah, I got to run. So one more question, I'm around. I got to peace out.
All right, give us one more for Skeet, Riz. What do we got?
Right. So I got a question for Byron, and it goes back a little bit on when you guys were getting started together, or not together, but getting started in your fishing. Who was a big mentor for each of you?
Go ahead, Skeet.
That's a good one.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, the reality is, like, for me, there's 3 people that stick out for me. So Byron was a mentor to me, John Murray, and D. Thomas.
Yeah. Great list.
D. Thomas.
Great
Again,
list.
D. Thomas has influenced everybody from the West Coast.
A lot. Almost everyone. Almost
the
everyone.
entire country. If you have a flipping stick in your hand, then he influenced you.
Yeah. That's amazing. That's
okay.
Amazing. Skeet, we
B-boy,
appreciate you joining, Skeet.
Enjoy your dinner, Skeet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was
Skeet Reese,
entertaining.
everybody.
Peace out. That was fun. See you guys.
That was dope.
That was awesome. Byron, who would be your top 3 mentors early on?
There was a guy that got me started in fishing who was my neighbor, who really is still like a dad to me. His name's Steve Oliver, and he made a living fishing when I was just a little kid, and I went on these tournament trails with him, and I was 13 years old, 14 years old. I was a bag boy at tournaments. And this was West Coast tournaments. And this guy was in all my West Coast magazines. And for me, loving bass fishing at 10, 11, 12 years old, it was like living down the street from Joe Montana and wanting to play football. I had a guy in my magazines who happened to be a part-time professional fisherman. And so Steve Oliver was really the guy that got me started. He introduced me to tournament bass fishing. And again, like I said, he would take me to all the tournaments around the Western United States in the camper, and I was fishing off the bank during the day, and I would keep track of all the fish I caught off the bank around the marina, and I was lighting them up, and I felt I could beat everybody, so I was getting a lot of confidence from it. But he was just, and he always tried to explain, hey, you're not even in a boat, you're just fishing around a marina, you don't understand. But I was 10, 11, 12, 13 years old. I was happy to work the bags and hand out bags to all the pros, ask for their autographs. And so Steve got me into professional fishing, and then Rick Clunn actually met me at the U.S. Open. I drew Rick Clunn twice at the U.S. Open, and I drew Gary Klein as well. And when I drew Rick, I was in college, and he kind of, after I won it, I almost won it when I was 24. I got like 3rd or 4th, and he knew what happened to me, and he knew the story of me drawing a guy on the last day that wouldn't even let me go back to the fish. And Rick Clunn was fishing the area, and on the last day of the U.S. Open, he goes, where were you? And I was in second, actually, going into the last day of the U.S. Open. And I drew a guy that was in 50th. And again, he flipped a coin against me. He wanted to fish out of his boat, and I didn't get to go to my fish. And that was a really bad deal, being in second place for the U.S. Open. So Rick Clunn talked me into doing it professionally. And he's the one that said, you need to go back east. You're a talented young angler. You're in your mid-20s. And, you shouldn't be in second place in the U.S. Open and not be able to go back to your fish because of a flip of a coin and a bad partner. So he became my mentor for sponsors, and he became my mentor. And to this day, I still talk to Rick regularly. But Rick Clunn was truly, as a young man, the person that helped me see my way through this sport.
Yeah, that's awesome because I think for a lot of us, Byron, over here on the East Coast too, even though we didn't have that personal connection with Rick, he was very inspirational for a lot of us too, as we were young anglers. So it's awesome to hear that.
Byron, I got a question, and it don't pertain to fishing. I want to know, what is the funniest, so I need you to answer this not as the stud that you are. Answer it to mere mortal men like myself and everyone here that never had broads falling all over them, okay? What is the funniest post-bachelor, like, stalker, weird thing? Do you have anything funny you could think of that, like a chick came up and did to you?
You know, I got a funny story right after The Bachelor. It's kind of weird that it's turned out to be this, but I was in the green room they flew me to New York, and it wasn't stalker crazy chick woman. I got a couple of those that are worth telling, but it was really weird. Fast forward to where we are now. I'm in a green room, and Lenny Kravitz is sitting across from me playing guitar, and he's ignoring everybody because Lenny Kravitz is too cool for school and doesn't talk to anybody in the green room. But sitting next to me is Melania Trump. And she's having this ongoing conversation with me about who I picked. And she tells me, Donald is convinced I picked the brunette, but she thinks I picked the blonde, and she can see the love. And she gets Donald Trump on the phone, and I talk to Donald Trump, and an ABC handler sitting next to me, so I can't say anything to either of them. Not that I would, but I'm thinking to myself, and this is pre-presidential, this is back when he was just before The Apprentice, but I'm kind of freaking out that Melania and Donald are having a very animated conversation about who I picked on The Bachelor, and she went so far as to get him on the phone and have me talk to him, and go back and forth trying to read me to figure out if I picked the blonde or brunette before the final rose ceremony. That was a weird moment in my life to have Lenny Kravitz playing guitar and Melania and Donald Trump on the phone and sitting next to me.
Is she stunning in person?
Stunning! Oh my God, stunning! Yes. And I could, oh geez, I could go on about the story, but yeah, she was wearing a very sheer top with nothing underneath, and I was staring at. Anyway, yeah, she's beautiful.
Keep going.
Wow, beautiful.
Paint the picture.
I saw everything. I saw everything from the waist up, and I was impressed.
Now, is this pre-Byron?
Pre what?
Pre-Byron, before she had a kid, before she had Byron.
Oh yeah. No, this was 15 years ago.
Okay.
Wow. Can you imagine?
It's before they had a kid. I think they were grooming her to be on The View, and I was on The View with her, but she was going to be a host of The View, so she was doing multiple segments on The View with Barbara Walters and everybody. And
I'm glad she didn't go on there with those
I was there doing The
hyenas.
View.
You're glad she didn't go on?
She speaks 5 languages. She's too good for those hyenas. They're wretched. They're wretched demons. Don't get me started.
Stunning woman, very elegant. And then there were some stalker people that would wake you up on the airplane. You know when you get on an airplane and you get a seat and you go to bed and you're happy you have a whole row? And as soon as the thing would say seatbelts can come off, you would have a woman come over and wake you up to talk about The Bachelor.
Wow.
And they shake you. They come over and they sit down next to you. Now that the plane is off in 30,000 feet, and they wake you, and you got your head down and you're sleeping, and they shake you and they want to talk about The Bachelor and why you didn't pick somebody and who you're going to pick next week. Like they think it's
wow. See now, Byron, here's where your handsome privilege oozes. Like none of us get a seat by ourselves. We never have rows. I got the fat guy on one side and the rotten, smelly kid that smells like syrup on the other side. All right. Syrup. It's like there you go already with I got the whole row to myself sleeping.
And Dave's also only been on 2 flights his whole life. So
get out of here.
One to Disney and one to South Brunswick. That was it. Byron, can I ask you? Can you? We've got one more segment coming up. Can you hold on with us? We'd love to talk with you for about 10 more minutes in our last segment. Can you hang in with us?
I'll go check on my daughter and her friend, and I think we're good.
Okay. All right.
Can you be on every show from here on out, too?
Yes, that too. All right. Listen, everybody. If you're watching right now, you're watching the one and only Byron Velvick. Hang in there with us. We're going to take a little break. When we come back, our last segment with the one and only Byron Velvick.
Byron Velvick. And Byron Velvick.
Hi. Today we're going chest to chest in the Dr. Squatch lather test. On that half of Mike's impressive chest, we're rubbing him down with 3 name brand bars. The result? A sad, milky film of disappointment. How's that feel, Mike? You see, Big Soap cuts corners and strips out all the sudsy goodness in order to make production cheaper. But not Dr. Squatch. Don't worry, Mike. Dr. Squatch soap retains all the natural ingredients, which creates a rich, foamy lather, leaving your skin healthy, soft, and clean. Ooh, looks like Squatch is taking over this peck party. How do you feel now, Mike? Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. When we say it lathers, it f***ing lathers.
You deserve glorious lather. Take the lather challenge for yourself today.
4.5-inch drop shot worm, Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J, give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016, featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals, zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh, is he in my pocket?
This time of year, I definitely recommend putting a little bit of this on your soft plastics too. There he is. Another one. Next cast. And that would be number 6. I'm addicted. I'll admit it. I'm straight addicted.
This might be bigger.
You think so?
Yeah. Feels bigger. I haven't even seen this thing yet. It doesn't want to come up. Don't break me off the rocks.
Oh, it's a... Oh!
27-incher.
He caught it.
28.
Oh my god, that's such a healthy fish. Look at this size. Put a little liquid mayhem on your crappie jig, and look where the stripers get it. You can't even see it, man. That might be a keeper.
You always make me laugh right when the camera comes on. I can't keep it together when you say something like that.
Because I can't say that on the air.
Oh, you're killing me. Welcome back to welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. You could be watching something boring like football, but I hope you've been watching this show because it's been awesome. Been very lucky to have the one and only Byron Velvick on with us. Entire second segment, joining us back for the third. Byron, thank you again for coming on. Dude, it's been so great to catch up with you. Dude, the stories.
Best guest ever.
Best guest ever. The stories of those old days just make me reminisce, and it makes me remember, why I got into it, I think, in my career, I got jaded, and as your career gets bigger, you sort of forget about those good old days. And I'm remembering a lot of them tonight, and it feels good. It feels good to hear these stories and remember,
Yes, agreed.
It's been a lot of fun going through them again and just thinking about it. So it's nice. Thanks for inviting me on the show. I really appreciate it.
This has been awesome. Let me remind everybody watching, if you've got a question or comment, please hit up Rizzo. Hit up Riz on the IM, shoot it through. If you're following over on social media, you can ask us through at Ike Live Show, Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. And, of course, if you're watching on Facebook, you still have a couple minutes left to like and share the feed. If you do that, you've got a chance to win that amazing gift bag right there. It's Ike Live gift bag. Byron, we've got one more surprise guest we're going to cue in here with you to help us reminisce a little bit from the past. Brian DeCarpenter is going to patch him through right now. I'm not even sure I know who this is until I lay eyes on it. I think I know who it is, but I'm not sure. We're gonna lay eyes on this guy here in a second. Let's see. Hold on. Brian DeCarpenter is gonna let him through. Before we do that, I want to jump to one of the things that you mentioned with Skeet, which was these opportunities that a lot of us have had to travel, and one of them that is one of my fondest memories is going to Spain with you guys in the early 2000s and getting a chance with Javier to go fish Euro Cup in the early 2000s. How amazing was that, Byron? How amazing was that experience?
Wasn't that surprising? That comes out of ICAST, and he starts going around talking about having this Euro Cup, and he hears so much stuff at ICAST. I know, you guys know how it is where you're at the ICAST show, and everybody's got a story and an idea, and they're pitching something, and this guy's just taking down phone numbers and names and, saying he's going to have a big European Cup tournament and invite a bunch of Americans over to compete against the guys from Portugal, the guys from Spain and Italy. And you think, yeah, whatever. And you give me your email address, you give me your phone number. And, oh, my God, for it to actually happen. And then they're like, pick a team and, bring a bunch of guys. And it's pretty cool, huh? There she is.
Oh, hi. Yeah. It was.
Okay, I'm back to her now. No,
that's awesome. Yeah,
Sorry.
It was an amazing experience, and to sort of help bring that time back, I've got one of the original members of Team USA, original Euro Cup, joining us right here on Ike Live. Good friend, John Murray. John Murray, Papa Murr, coming on the show. John, how you doing?
Hey, guys. Been watching. Been fun.
How are you, John? Happy New Year.
Yeah, everybody having a good time there. Missing some stories, but that's all good.
Oh, man, it's good. You came in at the perfect time, John. We were reminiscing on the early years of the Euro Cup. Really, first time in the sport where the USA got to compete with international teams. What a great time. Do you remember those years, John, those early Euro Cups?
That first year was incredible. I mean, it just really was. All of us were just clueless. You just won the Classic.
Yeah.
Byron had, he hadn't got on The Bachelor yet.
Yeah.
Right? It was 2003, so he hadn't got on The Bachelor.
Pre-Bachelor.
We were all just amazed that we were going to Spain and going fishing.
Yeah, it's crazy. We talked about the opportunities that came through fishing that I would have never imagined, And John, you were early pioneer on the West Coast. Has all this, when you look at it now, all these opportunities that we've had, to get to the next level, to travel, cars, boats, all this stuff. Is this ridiculous or what? Like, I still can't even wrap my hands around it all these years later.
Yeah, if we had any clue where it was really going, I think, there was I would say, Ike, you were one of the first that really understood where it could go. Skeet obviously was one of the early ones. I think Byron and I were just having fun. I think that was we were just enjoying the ride. We were at the top of the game at that point. It was just a fun ride. But I never saw it going to this point. Never saw it going to this point. And as far as it's going, continuing, I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was amazing because I got to compete at Euro Cup last year, and I really saw all these years. You flash back to 2004, all these years later, I got to see the Europeans totally different. Like when we went, if you remember, guys, they just knew a few finesse techniques, and that was it.
Yeah, you guys clowned them.
And we had the U.S. had a lot of successful years there early. And we taught them a lot. We taught them a lot. Do you guys remember some of that where they were sort of very limited with their techniques? Do you remember that, Byron?
Totally, I remember that. It was interesting to see them early on. Everything was a lot more primitive. I think they were watching some old videos, VHS videos. They had the Stren high visibility, line out there and this crystal clear water.
Fluorescent.
And you'd see that day glow line they'd be throwing and that really bright Stren stuff. You're like, oh my gosh, this is going to be fun. And they were catching all the pike while we were catching all the largemouth. And it was true. They Luthio. You remember they were always catching the Luthio.
Yeah.
You guys sound like extraterrestrials, like viewing humans.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? Like these primitive humans with their knives and their bones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, that's what it felt like. Like, I'll never forget. So that first year, Byron, we had the most amazing accommodations. So Javier set us up in these amazing hotels. Like they were old castles converted into hotels. We had a hotel in a city. Amazing downtown hotel. We were fishing out the window, like all this amazing stuff. But I remember there was a seminar attached to it. And John was one of the first ones to get up. And Brian DeCarpenter, I'll never forget this. There was a sea of Europeans, Spanish-speaking people, like thousands, just watching John on a tank doing his thing. And they didn't know a fucking word of English. And they're just watching John like enthralled. And I remember saying to myself, this is unbelievable that you can have an impact on people like this. You know, it was crazy. You remember that, John? There must have been a sea of 1,000 of them listening to you.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I took Byron to Tokyo back 10 years before that for a show, and it's the same thing. You're not communicating with them, but they want to learn as much as you can do. So you're hand gesturing and doing everything you can. But man, it's great to have people that want to know that much.
What's that like, John? Talking to a throng of people that don't even know what you're saying. Like, what is like? There's not going to be reciprocation like you get when people know what you're saying. What is it like?
Well, in Japan, they're very polite. I mean,
they're
not, American audiences, if they don't like what they're saying, they just walk off. These guys stayed there and watched the whole show. They never left. And they probably never understood a word, but they were very polite.
Do you ever just make stuff up?
I did in Japan for sure. Byron and I know we made stuff up because you're trying to talk to an interpreter who's trying to tell you something, and they're not saying the right things. So yeah, it was just like whatever, just get through this thing.
Like the scene from Johnny Dangerously when he was reading from the Bible, but he was like making words up. Remember? We ride the bus, they'll ride the bus. Remember on the death row scene from Johnny Dangerously?
Now I want to
go ahead.
Go ahead, Byron.
No, to John's point, you would be giving a seminar and you would do this pretty decent long, like 10-sentence dissertation, and then the little Japanese girl that was translating would go, and she would say like 4 words, and you're like, there's no 4 words in Japan that will tell them everything I just said. and John and I would look at each other and be like, what is the Japanese girl saying to them? Because I just went into this in-depth conversation of how to rig this bait and the right cadence for reeling it in, and she did like, and I'm like, that doesn't cover it.
She was cutting side deals for first dibs on your swim bait, dude. With the broads in the audience.
Swim bait thief. I need to know though, John. We got to see Byron's drawing power in other countries like Spain. Was his drawing power, I'll just say it that way, was his drawing power the same in Japan as it is in the rest of the world?
It wasn't.
We found his weak spot.
The Japanese girls were very proper. And
they
didn't want a dirty ass?
Companions to come with you. Like 8 or 10 little girls to come eat with you and drink with you.
Yeah.
And Byron's like a rabid dog. He's ready to go. They were there for business only. And their brothers and family they followed us down the road to Tokyo one night. In the middle of the night, we're leaving a karaoke bar, and we're with these 5 or 6 girls, and we're going to another place, and these guys are behind us, and Byron freaks out. We're going to get in a fight. And we're in downtown Tokyo. He's like, kick off your boots. We're going to get in a fight with these guys. And all these guys were like their brothers and their boyfriends, and they were just watching for those girls to make sure we were good.
Oh, Jesus.
And so, they explained, no, they're friends. They're okay.
Boring.
But yeah,
I remember I took my boots off because I was going to practice some karate. Stupid me, I'm in Japan. I think I'm going to do
First
some karate.
night in Japan, Byron's going to fight.
Now, Mary, I got a question, Mary.
And I thought I was going to win a fight in Japan with my taekwondo. Scary, stupid. That was way too much soshu, way too much sake, way too much soshu.
Now, outside of Japan, like, did you ever get any like residual attention because of Byron? Like, where he laid the deal out, like making the friends like pay attention to you? Anything like that?
No. John, I got nothing to say.
He can't say.
Is your wife in the room? Like, what are you doing?
You're asking John about residual. I got no residual. There's no. My wife's not in the room.
No, you, Byron. I'm talking about getting residuals from you, dude. Like passing it down. Like, hey, get your friend over here. My friend John here.
John's famous line was always, I only wish I could find the love that Byron found on the show. And I think he used that. Him and Skeet used that line everywhere we went. So when these girls would be hanging around, it's like I'm so happy for Byron. He found the love of his life on the show, and I only wish I could find the same love of my life. That was the line they were using.
Wow,
did it work, John?
No.
No, that's horrible.
No, it didn't
You
work.
should have just stuck with. You want to hear? Come hear my car stereo.
If the girls were into Byron, they were not into me or Ski.
No, but the friends.
Who had to lay on the most grenades from the crew?
I think I have. I think I've done. I think I've laid down a few grenades for Byron.
Oh,
We're eternally grateful, Byron.
I am so grateful.
I want to go back.
This has been very informative.
Yeah, it's been very informative.
Bass Fishing Podcast.
I know, Bass Fishing Podcast. I do want to go back again to those early days. And John, we got to have Skeet on. It was great to hear some of those early stories. But I want to hear it from you too, John. Like, that to me, when I look back on the sport, when you guys were, in that era of breaking out of the West Coast, winning those events. You guys were winning boats every other tournament. You were making, these techniques, national things, swim baiting, finessing. Take me back to that time, John. What was that like? Like, I gotta imagine. I'm trying to close my eyes and visualize you guys, gone from tournament to tournament. This gypsy lifestyle. Give me some stories from back then.
Well, the biggest thing, there was no internet. So
right.
when we knew something, like when I learned swim baits from Byron, or I learned, drop shotting from Aaron, or whatever it was, split shotting back in the day, I had it. I owned it. I could go to another state, another lake. I could go anywhere and win tons of money. And these guys didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I introduced I introduced a lot of techniques throughout the West. And I swear I'd tell my co-angler, I go, man, if you're smart, you won't tell anybody this technique. And you'll win.
Yeah.
And it was just a big secret. I
Yeah.
mean, Byron kept the swim bait for me for 5 years. He kept it hidden
Wow.
very well. And I
Oh,
was
that ain't
living
cool.
with him. We had the same house. So, I mean, it was a secretive society.
Yeah.
You kept your little secrets and you unveiled them in tournaments, and you kept
Wow.
that to yourself. So it was a totally different world. No internet.
Yeah.
Someone called you on a phone about sight fishing. You're like, they don't bite if you see them. I mean, you just didn't admit to anything back then.
Right.
You just wrecked it for me. I thought you guys were like this crew of like West Coast Vikings with sun-kissed hair, sharing women and stories and baits. And you're not. You're just as wretched as we are.
No, everything but baits. But I want to know. That's a great question, though. I want to know, how the hell, Byron, did you keep the swim bait from John for 5 years, and you guys lived in the same goddamn house?
And you're still
you guys saw at Gunnersville what happens when you tell somebody about you know what happened at Gunnersville not that long ago, really, when Skeet Reese basically took $85,000 away from me, and I got second place. Iaconelli, you remember this?
I remember. I was leading for 2 days. I remember this one.
Oh yeah.
I tell Skeet what to do, and Skeet gets first, and I get second at Gunnersville, and that was. That was giving him the bait, because I was like, Skeet had a shot at Angler of the Year, and Murray and I and Skeet are rooming together.
Yeah.
And, that's $85,000 difference between me and his Skeet. And he went ahead and paid for my groceries at the house that week.
Yeah, that's good.
Hey, man, I bought groceries. You don't have to Murray has to give me a third, but you don't have to give me your third. Thanks for helping me win Gunnersville, and you got second place.
A couple hungry mans and a yoo-hoo were even, right?
Meanwhile, Skeet's got a yellow Lamborghini.
Murray will tell you, Skeet, and I hope he's still watching, Skeet definitely, nothing comes between him and those dollar bills, man. I guarantee you.
Yeah, I know. Do Chippendales.
The early lessons of Chippendales.
Having dollar bills surgically removed.
Yeah.
Yeah, really. To John's point, when I was fishing swim baits, and it was way back in the day, I actually had to act surprised every time I caught a fish on it, because every time a guy was in my boat and saw me catch a fish on it, I had to tell him I was going to throw an ocean lure. I go, oh, I saw this bass chasing what looked like a salmon or a trout or something, and I would just play totally dumb. I'd have the rod hidden in my rod locker. I'd take it out. I'd throw it out there. Murray even asked me at Clear Lake when I set that record, he goes, are you free swimming that bait? You remember that, John? I know you guys, him and Brad Height were like, are you free swimming that? Because at that point, the guys knew to throw them on beds. Russ Meyer and I were throwing them on beds to get reaction bites off of bed fish. But I was also free swimming it, just throwing it out there and reeling it in like a crankbait, slow rolling it more like a big spinner bait. But every time I caught one, I had to tell my co-angler, it's a fluke. It's a fluke. I've never caught a fish on this before. It's a lure. And he goes, I can't believe he ate it. I go, neither can I. And for 8 years, I had to pretend like every fish I caught on that lure, on every swim bait, was an accident and a freak of nature. And I can't believe a fish would eat that thing. And that's how I kept it a secret for close to 7 or 8 years.
Dude, this is it's unbelievable to me to hear this, because can you imagine in an era of cell phones and tablets and social media
and live coverage
and technology and live coverage, can you imagine that? Dude, that's so epic. And
hey, there were tears in my eyes when Steve Price was at Bassmaster at Clear Lake, and I let it from first day to second day to third day, and I was going to that corner every day that first time, and it was pro draw. I had to draw a guy who didn't have a swim bait, and I had to go crush his skull and catch 83 pounds on a swim bait. And the whole time I'm throwing it, I mean, there were tears in my eyes, because every time I would cast it, you would hear the camera go click, 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 click. No. And I'm watching the beginning of the end of my secret with swim baits at Clear Lake when I got 83 pounds. And you know who got second in Clear Lake and when I set the record?
Who?
Skeet Reese. He lost by 10 pounds.
Wow.
10 pounds.
He was second because he was the kid from Ukiah, remember? And it was a sight fishing tournament. Murray had a really good tournament. Brett, Aaron, Murray, and we all had a good tournament, but the swim bait bite back then was a secret until that tournament.
Wow.
Byron, do you still hold that record?
Yeah, it's still the 3-day heaviest winning record. 3 days, 83 pounds, 15 fish.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah. That's awesome. All right, I'm going to give John Murray, I'm going to give you a chance to turn the tables on Byron. And I want you to give us one of Byron's secrets about fishing a swim bait or another technique that you know that he's never told anybody. Let's turn the tables on Byron right here, John. Give it to us.
That's not what I was thinking you're going to ask.
Well, tell us that one.
Yeah, well, tell us the other one too.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I know about Byron and the swim baits that maybe, I mean, he did cover it sometimes, but man, he'll take that hot sauce and stuff and just douse his swim bait every cast. His hands are greasy and everything's greasy. His rod's greasy. And I'm like, dude, you got to have it on there, because if they come up and touch it, it just used to gross me out. I wouldn't even do it. But I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
The only thing I want to think about, his tournament stories.
Yeah.
I got a lot of those. These are not bad stories, but ask him about when he cut down the Amtrak train.
Oh.
And got banned from Bass again.
We know about that.
Wait. Hold on a second.
He said again.
Hold on a second. John,
again?
are you meaning to tell us that he got banned from Bass again?
A couple times, yeah. He's been banned from English Choice, banned. Yeah, that's Byron, man.
All right, Byron, you want to talk about this one? You cut down an Amtrak?
Let's talk about train damage.
National Railway?
Okay, wait a minute. They were going to ban me if I caused any damage to the suspension of the train bridge, but when they went and looked at where I sawed them down, I took a chainsaw in Florida and I rented the chainsaw and I went into the water in St. John's. I think it was St. John's, right?
Harris Chain.
Harris Chain, and there was a place called Trout Lake that I wanted to get my boat into, so I rented a chainsaw and I went, and there was an active train track. God, I can't believe you said this, Murray. Can't believe you told me that. And there were these posts, and I had to cut all the posts down in order to get my boat under there. And the posts that were cutting down were secondary posts. They were like suspension posts, but they weren't the main posts. And at that time, it was Trip Weldon. He drove over there and looked at the posts I cut down because he thought I actually put a train track in peril by taking a chainsaw and cutting away underneath the train bridge. Try to make enough room for my boat to slide in under there.
Wow.
Dude, so much respect.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Holy shit.
That's fucking hardcore.
It's like a bootlegger.
Thank you, yes.
They
it was a long day in the water. I had to cut down eight 8 posts. I had to cut 8 posts with a chainsaw to get my boat up under there.
Byron, there isn't one accidental post on a train bridge, bro. Oops, why'd we put that post in? Not to mention the 7 other.
I'm in the field.
Heavy, dude.
Send me. They did not disqualify me after they looked at the bridge. They said it was okay because they saw what I cut, but I was under a train bridge with a chainsaw.
It's like having an accidental shin bone.
It really was a train bridge.
Why I got the second shin bone?
Oh my God!
Who gave that to me?
Dude, I'm not an expert on law, but I'm pretty sure that's a federal offense.
It has to be. That's awesome, Byron. Thank God it happened before the Patriot Act.
Statute of limitations. I think we're past it now. I think I'm okay.
Holy Christ, if they knew you talked to Trump and was sawing train bridges down, Jesus Christ, dude. You extremist son of a gun, you. What are you doing?
That is such a good story. That's unbelievable. All right, John, give us another one. You queued up a great old story there. Let's get another good one. And it doesn't even have to be tournament related. This is unbelievable.
Never stop.
Never stop. This is like
the only thing about, you talked about Byron's van, his Astro van.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
It had a million plus miles on it.
Jackson.
Million.
Really?
He made it into a shrine in our backyard.
Wow.
When he retired, he didn't trade it in. He didn't sell it. He put it in our backyard and made it into a little shrine. So in the backyard, we had a little Astro van back there. And people go, what's that for? Like, well, that's Byron's shrine. That's a million mile. That's the Wonder Van. If you don't know what the Byron Wonder Van is. But yeah, that was, to me, that was just, I mean, my mom came up there. What is that van? And that's Byron's shrine.
Wow.
I mean, everybody knew about Byron's shrine in our backyard. I think it's probably still back there. Byron sold the house, but I think the shrine's still back there somewhere.
Wow. That's
amazing.
That's unbelievable. I totally can relate to that because it's hard to disconnect.
You still have your Toyota?
I don't still have my Toyota,
know.
but it's hard to disconnect with something that has so much meaning to you. I can relate to that, Byron. That's unbelievable.
There's probably more panties on the backside of the couch than like a Walmart. You know what I mean? Like wedged behind the under there.
Oh my God!
Like M&M's, but they're panties.
Wow.
BTC Sean Lay says that Byron's van was the original Cougar Uber XL.
Wow.
I got to send you some pics, Byron, of my neighbors.
Wow.
I live in a college town.
That's unbelievable.
You kidding me, Byron with a cougar? Like, why would you even insult him? He ain't hunting cougars.
Trust me, he would respect these kids' game.
No,
maybe.
Stop! It wasn't that bad. Oh, come on.
No, I know exactly, Byron. I'm sticking up for you. I know you got a reputation to uphold.
Now, I want to remind everybody, Riz, going to have you put some more questions. So I want to remind everybody, if you got a question, hit up Riz. But I do want to know. Let's get a maybe not a totally accurate, but let's get a count of how many boats you guys won. Because, John, your boat count on the West Coast is insane. Byron, you tally yours in there with that.
Well, Byron's going to count something else.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I thought you were going to talk about like he can make a prison rope out of all the thongs he's constantly.
No, that's a given. That's a given. I don't want to know about that.
Fifth floor prison rope.
I want to know how many boats you guys have won between you over the years. It's got to be in the 30s, 40s,
how many
50s?
have you won?
I won 31 boats and 7 trucks.
Wow.
Dang, dude.
B, what do you got?
That's amazing.
I won 14 boats. I won a truck, but that was a shared truck for the TTT, a Rolex watch. And Murray, didn't you and I win something at the jackpot?
We won a boat. Byron and I won a boat.
Wow.
Yeah, okay,
Dang.
I thought that night tournament we won like an ATV or something like that.
Oh, that might have been I don't know.
Dude, that's
that night tournament, San Carlos. Murray and I teamed up a couple times. We teamed up for a night tournament. We won that. But I thought I don't know if that was a boat or maybe that was a boat.
That was a boat.
Okay.
Yeah. Winning.
Me and Mike split $250 the other day.
Yeah, yeah. Man, Brian.
There were boats everywhere. Yeah, I didn't want. Murray was the king of boats. Murray was winning boats when I was a kid. We're the same age, but Murray was crushing tournaments when he was his mom would take him to the lake and drop him in the water before they had driver's license. He was winning tournaments before he had a driver's license, and his parents would drop him off at the lake, and he would beat everybody in Arizona. And he was 14 years old, 15 years old, winning tournaments.
More titles than Road Warrior Hawk and Road Warrior Animal. These two guys,
Dude,
man.
that's
like,
crazy.
Jesus God, dude.
That's crazy. But we've got people watching and listening right now. Like, can you imagine that? Like, think about that in its entirety. A time period of your life when you guys were dominating to the level that you have a pile of 50 boats, Chevy trucks, Rolexes, just stacked like a mound. Think about that. Like, that's
here's
incredible.
the funny part, Mike. Mike, we would be boat rich and money poor. At the end of the year, you'd have 3 or 4 boat certificates, and Murray knows this. I mean, there were plenty of us that were going to these tournaments, and you'd win the boat, and you'd either try to sell it as fast as you could or be a certificate, but you could be completely broke and have 2 or 3 boats to sell.
Yeah.
You would literally have boats to sell or a truck, or I never sold my Rolex, but because I wanted to keep that. It was so cool to win a Rolex Light Line tournament at Ouachita. But to have things and be selling and still be completely broke. I think one year after I won the U.S. Open, I won a boat in Arizona, and I needed that one just to pay the taxes. I mean, I had to use that boat to pay the taxes that year. That boat went straight to the IRS.
Yeah.
So when I won the boat, I was like, well, there's my taxes for the year.
Yeah. That's crazy. Riz, what do we got? I know we're stacked up with questions for John and Byron. What do we got coming in?
Yeah, so those stats that you guys just said about the boats and the trucks and everything, that's just like blowing people away on the message board. And Epic Eric wants to know what was for each of you, what was like the most, what would you say was the most dominant technique that you used to win all those boats and trucks and Rolexes and midgets and everything else?
I don't think you ever said midgets, but I like it.
And so what was the most dominant technique? And then also what was the most memorable win of the 95 boats that you guys won combined? What was the most memorable and most dominant technique?
Good question. I'll go. Yeah, so when Byron and I, in 96, Byron won the U.S. Open, I got second. And we bought a house on Lake Mead, Boulder City. And I'd never won the U.S. Open. I got second 2 or 3 times. I got third a couple times.
Wow.
So I bought this house, so I'm going to live on Lake Mead to win the U.S. Open. And Byron, too, he won the year before. So that year, 97, I won the U.S. Open. And my first time, living on the lake, I mean, it was an express purpose. Buy this house, win the U.S. Open. So that tournament was the biggest for me.
Yeah. Wow.
Just because when you're a kid on the West Coast, that's the biggest tournament in the country.
That's
back
the
then.
dream
Classic
tournament.
was smaller than the U.S. Open back then. So, yeah, it was by far my biggest. And technique-wise, I mean, I was always a deep guy. I was one of those – when I started my career, I was catching them 50-foot deep on Westy worms and garland jigs.
Yeah.
But most of my wins came flipping. A lot of them came flipping or top water. I really got into top water. There was just spells. I never was a swim bait guy. Byron was always a swim bait guy, but finesse and deep and top water, that was more my style.
Well, yeah. That's because he lied to you about the swim bait.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my win that I'll never forget was that first time I won the U.S. Open. That was 1990, and that win in 1990 or 91 when I was just 26 or whatever it was. That was the one that blew me away because I was borrowing a boat to fish that tournament. It was a sight fishing tournament. Guys back then weren't sight fishing very much, so it wasn't swim bait. It was mostly bed fishing on Lake Mead. That year, the U.S. Open was actually held in April. And I was really, really, really into sight fishing at a young age, and I was winning tournaments sight fishing. I won Folsom and Don Pedro and Orville, and those were sight fishing tournaments mixed with swim baits. When I finally figured out the swim bait thing, and I would say most of my West Coast tournaments were sight fishing and swim baits, but the one that was the most memorable was the one that started it for me as far as a career. Winning the U.S. Open at a very young age in 1990, I guess, or whatever it was. That was the one that kind of blew me away because I beat everybody I'd ever looked up to. I was asking for autographs from Zoe Rowland and Rick Clunn and Denny Brower, and everybody was at the U.S. Open back then. And they had just had a Bassmaster tournament there, and coming off of a Bassmaster tournament that I couldn't even fish because I was just this kid with a borrowed boat living in Southern California. And what blew me away during the Bassmaster event was I was looking around and there were bedfish everywhere. And all these Bassmaster guys are not fishing for them. And we got the U.S. Open coming up the next week, so a lot of guys stayed over to try to fish the U.S. Open because they were giving away $50,000 in a brand new boat. And And I couldn't believe in this little borrowed boat with no electronics on it. And it was a 17-foot little Skeeter Starfire with a 150 on it that I could go in the back of every pocket and see bedfish everywhere and think, well, where's Rick Clunn and Zell Rowland and Denny Brower and all these guys that are my heroes who are walking around the casino at night and I'm asking for their autograph and nobody's bedfishing. And that blew me away when I won that tournament. So that was the start of it. And then swim baits, of course, you know, and like John said, you get on a run though. Like I won the Rolex tournament on a top water, and I won the West Coast Championship at Lake Havasu on a jig, a brown jig with purple trailer. You know, you just we all get on these runs where you get really strong on a crankbait, you get really strong on a jig, you get really strong on a top water, and for like a year or two, that's your go-to thing. But then it turns into something else. It's really crazy how, I guess, versatile we are and how we win things on runs. You know.
Yeah. Comes in cycles. Riz, what else we got coming through?
Yeah. Chad in Canada wants to know, John, do you think there's a higher chance that Byron would consider going back to tournament bass fishing or going back on The Bachelor?
That's a good question.
Good question. Yeah, that'd be a toss-up. I think his life right now is pretty good, so I think it'd be tournament fishing right now. I think he's conquered that bachelor world pretty good.
Thank you. I'm done with that.
That actually brings up a really good question that I have for both of you guys, and maybe start with John and then go to Byron. You guys are as veteran as you can get in the sport. You've seen it all. You've made the transition from West Coast to East Coast. You've seen the rise of the sport. Is there anything you regret in your career when you look back on it? Is there something you did or something you tried that you regret that you look back on and say, God, I wish I didn't do that? John, is there anything that you regret?
No, I don't think so. I loved fishing the West, and then like Byron said earlier, about 99, 2000, it was dying away.
Yeah.
And so I remember watching Kevin Van Dam win the 2001 Bassmaster Classic in New Orleans, and ESPN had just bought. And I sat on my couch. I'm going to make that next year. I've never made a classic. I'd tried a couple times in the past.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to go back east now. And I always said I wasn't going back east. And I made that next classic. I made the next one at Lay Lake. And so I think my movement's always been about right. Obviously, there's tournaments you regret you didn't do this, do that. But overall, I feel really good at, the progression I've done.
Yeah.
Like I said, we've had some amazing experiences. I wouldn't trade them for $1 million. So no, I'm perfectly happy the way things worked out for me.
Did you ever have to slap anybody, John?
I never did. I was a bigger dude though. I never really got into any, and I'm pretty mellow. I never, Byron showed up at my house the third day of that tournament in Arizona. And he called me I'm like, dude, it's tournament. Why are you not? And he showed up at my house and I'm like, what is happening? The tournament's still going on. And then he told me the story about Todd. So
Todd.
Yeah, I never had those issues.
Todd.
You're intimidating, John. You are a big guy.
Yeah, Todd.
I don't think anybody but somebody by the name of Todd ever got slapped. You know what I mean?
Everybody that's ever got slapped.
Dude, like Butch never got slapped in the face.
No, Butch don't get slapped.
Like Butchie Hartman never took a slap.
No, but Todd's
getting slapped, man.
Byron, same question for you. Looking back all these years, anything you've regretted? And you've been involved with so much from, the TV side to the fishing side to mainstream opportunities. Anything you look back and say, I regret doing that. I shouldn't have did that. Or I wish I would have did it different.
I was in Japan. Murray and I went to Japan, and then I picked up a sponsor in Japan. And so Murray and I had gone there for Tifa, and then I picked up this sponsor named Ken Craft. And so I was over there doing these promotions for this big Japanese group, and it was at the time the biggest lure company in Japan, and Ken Craft. And one night I was in Tokyo at the hotel, and I remember these people got a hold of me, and they wanted me to talk to and have drinks with them at the hotel, and they were from a small little company called Lucky Craft. Lucky Craft wanted to know if I'd be willing to leave Ken Craft and move over to Lucky Craft. And I said, no, blah, blah, blah. And I said, I talked about some friends of mine like Skeet and everybody and Murray. And we talked about some guys I knew that were, great fishermen out west. But I basically said no to a little company called Lucky Craft in Japan. and stay with Ken Craft and then watch the world blow up with Lucky Craft.
Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Dude,
That was a
what?
bad sponsor. In a crystal ball, I would like to have told Ken Craft I'm out and gone with Lucky Craft in Tokyo that night.
Wow.
I had the Senko in my boat for 2 years before I threw it, so I understand.
I laughed at the chatterbait when I first saw it, so I understand. It's funny when you look back in hindsight on some of that stuff, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
How about you, Mike? Do you have any regrets?
I have a lot. I mean, I have regrets. I think I stand where John's at. I think you can't look back and say, I wish that would have happened. You know, I don't want to change anything because I like the experiences. I like the way that life turned out. But, yeah, I wish I could go back and do a few things different, you know. When you look at, you know, ways I've reacted in the past, I maybe would have reacted different, you know, or tournaments where I wish I could go back and have went left instead of right.
Yeah.
You know, we're all going to have that. But, man, these experiences, like just honestly, this night has been so special for me to hear from Byron and Skeet and John, to remember those times we had, you know, and those memories of Spain, you know, and those memories of tournaments and staying together, rooming together. And, you know, that stuff means a lot, man. I wouldn't ever want to change any of that. It's been a great life, you know.
I agree.
It's been a great life.
There won't be another Skeet or Byron or John Murray, that whole combo. There won't be another one, man.
It'll never be done again like that. And not taking anything away from these new crop of anglers, right? Justin Lucas, premier West Coast angler. Josh Bertrand, like all these guys, amazing. But it will never happen the way it happened here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm glad it doesn't. Because I want that to live. I want that to live forever in my mind the way it was, untainted by any of this other shit. You know, it's crazy. So good.
Ike, when we grew up, you know, at the house, when the money house in Boulder City, you know, we had this little dude, this little high school dude, Brett Height, hanging around, and we had a little skinny dude named Ish always hanging around. He was about the size of I mean, we had these crazy little characters always they just hang around us, you know.
Yeah.
Little Timmy Klinger, who just won the U.S. Open this year, just hang around. Little Derek Yamamoto, all these little dudes. And
Hey,
to see
John.
all they've turned into is pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy, John? I still have a picture. I remember John and I were at Lake Havasu, and Aaron Martins was grilling me and John and I about how many boats we won and about what we won. And he was pumping gas, and his mom came up and thanked me and John for talking to her son. And she was like, thank you so much. Remember that, John?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
I remember Carol saying, I'm so glad you guys are talking to my son. He just loves fishing. You know, and Aaron's like, I'm going to win more boats than you. I want to be a Bass Pro. I'm going to be a Bass Pro someday.
Wow.
And Aaron and Murray and I are like, who's this little guy over here? And he was grilling us about everything we've won, how much money, how many boats, everything else. And I still have a picture. I still have the picture of me and John talking to Aaron that his mom took when she thanked us for actually talking to him.
Oh, my God.
Good night.
Wow.
John, do you have any funny Ish Monroe stories you'd like to share to everybody?
Oh, my God.
Well, that's another show.
No, we're open.
Let me be the surprise guest. Let me be a surprise guest on Ish's show. Yes.
You know what, Brian? Set it up. Let's get Ish on next week and bomb him.
This is a good setup. This is a good setup. We need an Ish show.
Ike, the one regret I do have, you know, probably, and Byron probably's got the same thing, is that we used to, when Byron and I used to dominate sight fishing, and I literally we used to laugh at Aaron Martins trying to catch sight fish. He couldn't do it. We'd laugh at him. We teased him about being a poor sight fisherman. And within 2 months, he dominated us for the rest of our careers. Wow. So that would be my regret. I would never say anything to Aaron Martins ever again about
What, did your demons keep polarized glasses from him and you finally told him they exist and he could see them?
What did you do? His boat once that it was betting, and he got so mad at me. And I mean, Byron and I both, we just laughed at him. We just finally got cocky and said stuff, and that was the dumbest things we've ever done.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's true.
Woke the dragon.
Wow. It's crazy to hear the names, that caliber of names.
Oh my God.
You know, it's just
it is.
It's unbelievable. You know, all that experience now. You look back and think of those guys as kids, as young, inexperienced kids. Brett Height, Aaron, Ish, as just kids hanging around. You can't. It's hard to even fathom that.
There's two guys picking on them.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
Amazing, dude.
Who's next?
It's so cool.
Who's
So
next?
cool.
I was doing a seminar. I was doing a seminar for Triton, and I was back east, and I was doing a swim bait seminar. And in my swim bait seminars, I pretty much divulge everything and just tell the people in the audience the best pro tip techniques. And at the end, he comes up, Brandon Polinick comes up and introduces himself and says he's from Idaho and he's a fisherman that's going to try to get on the tour someday. And I remember Brandon Polinick, he would be at every seminar that I would ever do, like anywhere I would be at doing a swim bait seminar. I'd see Brandon there on a regular basis. And Polinick was just absorbing it, taking notes, and he was there for everybody's seminar. And Polinick was studying the game in the stands at those. You guys probably remember seeing him too. It was like Polinick was a sponge, learning everything we could possibly throw at him.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how it's all come around, and the information wave has really helped a lot of these young guys.
But what the newer generation doesn't understand, they have everything at their fingertip.
Right.
Polinick had to go out and watch these things.
Right.
Physically be there.
Right. Yeah. Pre-internet. Yeah.
Well, the big thing now is you got to cull through the misinformation.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You got to get to the good stuff. And how do you do that now? Because there's so much noise out there.
That's true.
Yeah. There's a lot. I want to ask, this is a big question. This is maybe even a great way to sort of bring this to an end. And this may be easier for Byron to answer than John, but I want to ask both you guys. You know, being there from the beginning of in my opinion, you know, the beginning of bass fishing really elevating through what I consider was the peak and now in the present time, I want to ask you guys, what needs to happen to the sport to make it better, right? What needs to happen? Because we're in a weird time in life with Corona, but even with that, I feel like bass fishing has flatlined. Or I can be honest with everyone now because I'm a little bit more removed than I've been. I think it's gone down a little bit.
Declined.
Right? It's declined a little bit. I see money going down. I see fishing leagues, you know, where we're having to get back in the sponsor boats.
Interest.
Like, I see the sport going backwards a little bit. Let me start with Byron because I know it's a little easier for you to answer this. What needs to happen?
I got a challenge. Yeah, I got to tell you, the one thing I'd like to see you do is come fish a U.S. Open because at least, and Murray and I love the U.S. Opens.
Yeah.
And the one thing about the U.S. Open is if they're filling them up, you should come to Lake Mead and at least have fun because they're giving away a ton of money. They're giving away, like $100,000, a boat, and a truck. Murray, you probably can chime in on what the heck that is, but at least there's a fun event that I still look forward to fishing every year.
Yeah.
And if I get someone to watch my daughter, they're filling the place up. It's 250 boats on Lake Mead. But to your point, with the exception of something like a U.S. Open where everybody puts up their money, everybody goes, the politics and the leagues and the sponsors going down and the delusion of, you know, when I left Mercury, this is no joke. When I left Mercury, Michelle at Mercury, she goes, I'm going to pick up 5 guys with your contract. She goes, I'm going to sign 5 guys with your contract if you leave because you'll never get this contract again. And when I quit, I knew I would never again get what Triton was giving me, what Mercury was giving me. And, you know, what I had for sponsor dollars, I was grandfathered into those.
Right.
And now there's 5 guys that will take 20% of what I used to get as a sponsored angler back in those heydays.
Yeah.
So to Iaconelli, to your point, I go to the U.S. Open now, you know, just fishing ducket rods and running a Mercury motor, but I'm not really going there with a sponsor package on my back. I'm just going to have fun fishing a pure tournament for $150,000. And with the exception of something like that, I think the leagues and the delusion, the diluted, the sponsors being diluted, the money being diluted. I think it's, to your point, I agree. It's a tougher time now than it was in the heyday when we had free boats and motors and big contracts and, you know, wrapped vehicles and wrapped boats. And they paid a lot for those wrapped boats and those vehicles, and title sponsors were big. You remember those days. Those days, I think, are gone, are they not?
Yeah. I mean, the days of Crown Royal and Coca-Cola and teams, that's sort of going.
Gone.
What in your opinion, Byron, what needs to happen to bring that back around? What do guys need to do to recapture that momentum?
You know, I hope after the coronavirus, I know there's been a huge push in the outdoors, and people are becoming, you know, they're unplugging and they're getting out of the social world, doing a social detox, if you will.
Yeah.
They're doing a social detox. The fishing is through the roof. Outdoor activities are through the roof. Everybody talks about a run on it. Maybe after this coronavirus, hopefully, the silver lining is, you know, there are more people that fish, and the young anglers today, the high school, college anglers, can be inspirational to get those big dollars back. I don't know if you need a unification of tours. You know, I don't know, like Murray and you, I don't know enough about the tours anymore because like I said, I checked out. I don't follow them. You know, I'm not watching and learning about what's happening with Major League Fishing and FLW being bought by Major League Fishing and the Bassmaster elites and who owns who and what is what. Those politics, I think it's really gotten pretty sad. And, you know, gone are the days when ESPN owned Bassmaster, and that was a big time. That was probably the heyday when there was the Saturday morning block of all bass fishing.
Yeah.
And there was a show called Bass Center. They don't have Soccer Center. They don't have Football Center. They don't have Basketball Center. ESPN had Sports Center, and ESPN gave it to Bass Center.
Yeah.
That was the only other time they've ever used the word center on ESPN and gave it to ESPN2. That was a heyday of the sport, you know. That was a crazy time. And I think that's when the title sponsors were in. And I don't know if we get that back, Mike or John. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I do want to hear yours, John. And you're involved in it, and you fished all the leagues. You fished FLW, MLF, BASS. What needs to happen to get back to a forward momentum for the sport?
Well, yeah, it's just too spread out. You know, there's no top dog level anymore. I mean, John Cox is trying to do what a lot of us used to do, fish all three tours.
Yeah.
Until that, you know, till a guy can just say, hey man, I'm on top of all three tours. You're not on top of any tour. So yeah, I think those young guys are gonna, you know, right now you got to pick and choose. You got to choose your sides. Back in the day, we all fished both tours.
Yeah,
you know,
both tours. Yeah,
we're fishermen. We weren't politicians. You know, we tried to promote, and now you can't. I mean, it's just hard. You know, you sponsor alignment, everything else. It's just been really hard. So hopefully, you know, that someday there will be a top level tour that college guy can work to the top level, and that's it. You are the man now.
Yeah.
Right now, it's too many of them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only thing I see. Just you know, too much and too much politics on that side of it.
Yeah. Will the anglers will there ever be a day when the anglers unite? Like, I know we've all been through. We've been through the PAA. We've been through other organizations. It never seems to work. Will that day ever come?
No, because if you get 50 guys that agree that this is the best, you get 50 guys over here that agree that's the best. You can't get 200 or 300 fishermen to agree on anything.
Yeah.
That's what I've always seen. You know, it's just self-interest. A united front of fishermen.
Yeah.
If every one of us professional fishermen could unite and say, hey, we're going to dictate the terms of where we go.
Yeah.
But then maybe they'll bring 250 college guys in and replace y'all.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the only thing. It's just the group has never been able to get together. And I know you've been behind it. I know John Cruz. I know guys I agree. But yeah, to get everybody to agree, that's the tough part.
Yeah. Byron, I think we need you as our Jimmy Hoffa of the fishing organization.
Oh, you mean disappear for good and never be seen again?
Yeah.
I pulled that trick.
No, I mean
buried under the Meadowlands.
I meant pre-murder John Hoffa. I meant
because I pulled a Jimmy Hoffa and I'm over here in San Antonio raising a kid, and nobody even calls me anymore. I don't hear from anybody, so I'm just glad to be on this show. I'm alive.
Well,
I call Byron all the time and check on his chickens. We have chickens in common, not chicks, chickens.
What?
We're raising chickens. Yeah.
Wow.
Murray inspired me to get my daughter chicks, and Murray and they got me going on chicks now.
How about
Him
that?
and TJ's the inspiration for the chicks.
How about that?
Huh.
Are they in the house? Can we look at them?
They better not be in that.
They're not here. They're not here in the bed next to me. No.
Pete with a chicken fetish.
Well,
we're talking about chickens. I'd like to see some chickens.
Oh man! Well, I gotta tell you something. This has been an unbelievable pleasure. Both you guys on right now, and I wanna look at you.
Agreed.
What's your camera? This is the camera here.
Right.
I want to look at both you guys and tell you that both of you have been an inspiration for so many people in the fishing industry, including myself. I honestly want to say that when I was young, we're all old guys now, but when I was young, I looked up to you guys. As I got to hang with you guys as mentors and peers, I looked up to you guys, and I still do now. And Byron, you had such an impact on the game of fishing, and you will always have that no matter what you decide to do. I can't thank you guys enough for everything you've done for fishing. It's been amazing.
Yes.
I know a lot of people can say that. It's been awesome. It's been unbelievable.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. What a good show. And if we happen to go to Spain again next year, and you know, and some girl says, "My milk here," then you know that would just be okay. Anyway,
No story there.
Or here.
Oh, some good
Oh
times.
man, that
in
was
Spain.
amazing, dude.
Hey, if anybody out there wants to do any guide trips, I'm still looking for more guide customers because that's my thing now is to take people out and do swim bait sight fishing guide trips. So let me know if anybody wants to find out. That's my only thing now is to do some eBay stuff and some guide fishing. But until my daughter gets older, I think I'm going to stay close to home and just do educational guide trips.
Byron, we will send some work your way. I'm going to reach out to you and get you signed up on the Bass University. And I know there's a ton of guys that want to learn that that are in our program. So I'll
me.
Definitely reach out.
I'm actually flying out to Orange County this weekend. I'm going out to Orange County because I got picked up. I got 2 days in like around Lake Mission Viejo area to just do a swim bait, just do an educational swim bait with this young guy that's fishing professionally, semi-professional, but he wants to learn more about swim bait fishing in Orange County of all places. So I get to go see my mom and do a guide trip down in Orange County, which will be fun because the weather's beautiful down there and the fish are already moving up. And so a swim bait seminar day should be really good.
That's awesome, man.
That's awesome.
Hey, Byron, you're in the Zoom with two other guys that guide. Pete guides here in our area, and Rich used to be a hunting guide.
Yeah,
I'm guiding on Watts Bar.
There you go.
Yeah.
Everybody's a guide. Yeah.
Murray, you're guiding, right? Murray's guiding on Watts Bar, right?
Watts Bar, Chickamauga.
Rich has a really funny story about a guide trip where he accidentally sent a picture to one of his clients that he was meant to send to somebody else. and it was a husband and wife that he was taking out on a was it deer hunt, Rich?
Yeah, it was a deer hunt. I dropped them off in the stand, went home to hop in the shower and send some stuff back home. And the most recent call in my contacts was Nikki, who was sitting in the deer stand next to her husband. That did not go.
Oh,
wow.
Byron, you ever have an incident like that?
Wow.
It was a rough one.
Wow, that's crazy.
For her.
But he didn't even go to, Byron, he didn't even tell you. It was like a shower shot of him in the shower he took and sent it to her. He wasn't even like, it wasn't like him posing in front of a bush, you know?
Oh,
Jesus.
It was better the other way.
Story.
You kidding me? Byron doesn't do anything by accident. If he sends it, he owns it like Thor, dude.
Thor. All right, Rizzo, any last questions coming through that you want to get through to Byron or John? What do we got, Rizzo?
We got a lot of people that are interested in both of your guide trips. So I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised if you get your phones blowing up here. And we got one on the board that's actually it's about the fishing. How much value is there in living on a lake like you did, John, just with the purpose to win the U.S. Open? Like you moved to a lake, lived there, you committed yourself to it. How much value is there in that for a young angler to do?
And
that's huge. It's huge. Yeah. I mean, I live on Watts Bar. I live 10 minutes from Chickamauga. You go to a lake like Guntersville that's going to get big pressure. You're going to have some big tournaments on those places. Lake Mead back in the day was full. You could spend years out there and not see all of Lake Mead back when Byron and I lived there. But there was a big tournament there every week. And you understand the movements. You understand what happens. You don't find a favorite spot. You learn a new water every day. So, yeah, there's a ton. If you're really serious about being a professional fisherman, pick one of the popular lakes, Toledo Bend or Sam Rayburn or Guntersville. Live by it. Learn it. Go to another one. There's a lot of value in it.
And Rick, when I talked about Rick Clunn being my mentor, it was to John's point. I moved to Lake Mead in 1993, so I started off renting a house out there before John and I bought a house. And I moved there because I was living in Southern California, and Clunn was the one that said you need to have at least one tournament lake in your back pocket where you sleep in your own bed at night, and you call that place home, where you can go home every night, put your boat in the garage, and that is your tournament lake. And for me, that was the U.S. Open because 3 years after I went it the first time, I don't need to be living in Southern California fishing professionally. I need to be living on Lake Mead and at least having that as my home field advantage for the U.S. Opens to come. And then to John's point, 3 years later, I win again, and he moves out there, and we get a house together, and he wins, and we called it the Money House. And we were living there, making money off having a house that we could look at the lake every morning, wake up, have your coffee, look out at the lake, and decide whether or not you want to put the boat in the water that day.
Yeah,
that was huge.
That's exactly why I live on the banks of the Delaware River. 30 years from now, there's going to be a tournament here, and I'm going to be ready.
That's funny.
That's crazy.
Wow.
We missed that, Mike. Why?
We missed that memo. Yeah, we live in the worst place in the world to catch a bass. South Jersey. I'm checking the social feeds, and I've got one here coming through on Twitter. And this is actually for Byron. It's from Ron Jeremy. and Ron wants to know, Byron, is it true you won the Caucasaurus contest at Lake Havasu 3 years running?
I will not talk about that.
That's a definite. Yeah.
I do not know anything about anything to do with the word Caucasaurus.
John, you want to comment on this? You know anything about Lake Havasu?
John will not be commenting on that. John will not say a word. That houseboat has been since sunk at Lake Havasu. The houseboat where that contest happened is at the bottom of that creek over there. Copper Canyon. It's at the bottom of Copper Canyon.
There's your answer, Ron Jeremy. There's no answer.
I would say it's an admission of guilt.
It's an admission of guilt.
You're talking about sinking the vessel.
I know. It could be.
Bury the evidence.
I don't know. The hand. There's the hand right there.
I wish we had a Lake Havasu. On this part of the world, we had like the Jersey Shore, right? That's like our closest thing.
Like, why couldn't the Delaware River be Lake Champlain for us? And they get the Delaware River up there where no one even lives.
I know.
You know what I mean, dude?
We live here.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, why couldn't we get Okeechobee? And they get the Delaware River down there in the swamp.
I wouldn't wish the Delaware River on anybody.
I do.
Them.
Yeah, all of them.
Everyone else.
These.
Yeah. Byron actually had a great tournament on the Delaware. Byron had a good tournament. I think a top 5, right?
Yeah, do you remember that? I got that one spot, and I sat on there from high tide to low tide to high tide, and I just sat on that one point.
That's a
I didn't
damn
know
good
what was
spot.
out there, but there was Mike, you probably know more about that spot than I ever will, but I was blown away at the fish living on that point that I was sitting on.
The funny thing about that spot, I'll let Pete tell you, is that spot is an old spot from like I remember being a co-angler, and I'm talking about like 92, 93, drawing out with guys in our federation that knew the river, and I remember being in the back of the boat stuck on that spot. He was on the piling point of Riverton?
Riverton Yacht Club.
Riverton Yacht Club.
Okay, yeah.
And that's a historic spot, and it's so cool that you found that and exploited it, by sticking on it,
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I remember seeing
It's a
him
great
over there.
spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I learned? It was good old Rick Clunn. When I went to the Potomac, and when I started fishing those tidal waters back east, Rick told me, he said, listen, if you don't want to get your butt kicked and you don't know the water real well, just find a spot and sit there and fish it from high tide to low tide to high tide. Just never leave it and just fish it as it transitions through the tide. And that paid off for me at the Potomac a few times. And it really paid off for me at the Delaware because I sat on that spot through the whole tide. And the only time I didn't get bit was when the buoys stopped having any current, when I could tell when it was going to go dead because it would either hit slack low or slack high. And the buoys I had like 2 or 3 buoys out there on that spot. And I would just notice they would all not have any current and the fishing would die. But then they would flip around and they'd start moving again. And then once the buoys start getting pulled around, the fight turned on. And I got to thank Rick for teaching me, especially Potomac and Delaware, just to find a spot and sit on a spot and grind it until the tournament's over. You saw me, Mike. I never left.
Yeah. Dude, there was paparazzi in those apartments watching you, Byron. I remember that, dude. Like they had the news didn't cover the event; they covered Byron on the water.
No, that is true.
Yeah, he was shirtless on the front of his boat.
Yeah.
Every time I had to go to the bathroom, that's when you could hear the cameras going off because I had to whip it out and take the bathroom, and Caucasaurus was exposed.
Yeah, low tide must have been tough.
You had to release the beast to go to the bathroom, and when I released the beast, the paparazzi went nuts.
I was out with Fox News in that tournament, and we were there in the Riverton area, and they were like it was such a joke to them because they were like, oh, where are we going to go, who are we going to cover, and all of a sudden you appeared like in the area that we were at, and I'm like, that's Byron Velvick. They're like, oh yeah, the Bachelor. And the radar went up, like everything changed. We were like, man, I remember I went over and I asked you, I was like, Byron, can we interview you for that deal? And you did a nice interview for Fox.
Whipped it out.
Yeah.
It was like Achilles on the beachhead, like everyone just showed up like to see Achilles.
They could care less about bass fishing, but they were psyched to have the Bachelor in the Derby.
Very weird time, man. Very weird time.
Yeah, so weird. We'd also hate to have that moment in our life.
I didn't sign up for it, man. I promise you. That was not in my repertoire.
You did sign up for it. You went on the show.
Dude.
But I didn't audition for it. I got my friends called me in on it. I just thought it was a cool dating show. Who knew?
Hey man, good for you, bro.
I'm glad you did it. I'm glad you did it for the rest of us too, because it really did. It gave a lot of great exposure for what we like to do, which is fishing.
It helped Mike articulate what he does. Tell them what people, when you would tell people you fished, they thought you were on like crab boats in Alaska.
Yeah. So I got that all the time when I was younger in my career, and you would try to explain to people, if you're at a high school reunion or you're at a regular corporate event, and you say, what do you do for a living? And I would often say, I'm a professional fisherman. And they would say, oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. And, dude, my face would light up. My cheeks would get high. I would start to smile because I'm like, thank God, finally somebody that knows what I do. And they're like, yeah, like, that show, the crab show where they get the crabs and they put the traps out. And I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, they thought you were on the Valhalla.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Fishing for crabs.
So it actually got to the point where I stopped saying that. And when somebody would ask that I knew nothing about it, I'd say, I'm in sales. Just because I got tired of explaining it.
Right?
That's awesome,
so
dude.
Funny.
It's true, too.
I say
you won the classic.
Yeah.
We're in advertising. That's what we do.
Advertising. Man, what a great show. John, can't thank you enough for coming on and sharing some of those stories. Unbelievable. Byron, thank you for coming on, dude. It was great to reconnect with you.
Yeah.
After all these years. I'm going to keep in touch with you more. Definitely great reminiscing the old times, and so great having you on Ike Live tonight.
Thanks, man. Thanks for inviting me, Mike. It's good seeing you guys, and good seeing you, John.
Yep, good seeing you guys. Thank you.
There you go. Byron Velvick, John Murray, everybody. Yes.
Thanks,
that was fun.
Oh, my gosh. Dude, this makes me remember why. Like I think when things are bad, sometimes you look back and you're like, why the hell did I start doing that? Why did I get into that? Yeah. But then you look on this stuff. And
why did I create Ike Live?
Yeah, why did I create Ike Live?
Yeah.
But these stories are great because it makes me remember.
So I saw somebody comment, I think it was on YouTube, that Ike Live was created for this show.
It might have been.
For this one, yeah.
For this one,
yeah,
This
exactly,
was the perfect
dude.
outlet for
Wow.
this show.
Yeah.
But it's so great hearing from those guys, and the stories are just so refreshing, man.
It brings me back to the time.
Byron's hanging
Mike.
out like Jimmy.
Oh, cool. I like Byron hanging out. No, I didn't know he was still on.
Like
But
Jimmy
more dudes have jumped from planes than have lived the life Byron has. You know what I
That's
mean? Of the
true.
experiences, dude. You know what I mean?
True.
Like,
that's true. And no, but the great thing about it is I think Byron would have been successful in anything he did, and he chose fishing because it was his passion, and he took it to a whole different level, and he was successful. You know, so
but you know, we always talk to the younger guys coming up.
Yeah.
You know, like, if you're not conquering the lowest level of things, then
Right.
just stop doing it. Don't even. You're not going to conquer the highest levels.
Right.
Byron's winning. You know, umpteen boats. Him and John Murray. They're
Dominating.
living in
They
the same house.
dominated.
He don't
Yeah.
even. His buddy don't even know he's throwing swim baits.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The level of success they had in an early time was
Yeah.
a precursor to the type of success they would have later. If you're not
Absolutely.
getting that, guy, save your money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do something else.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, Dave. Listen to these stories, man. They were paying their taxes with the boats they won. It was still touch and go every moment of every second that you were out there. It took a long time for them to get to the next level. But I remember these times, Mike, and I remember you and me being in these times.
Oh,
We're ready
yeah.
to quit. We're frustrated. Sponsorship is not happening.
No.
We were with these guys through this whole thing, and it was a crazy, crazy time.
Yeah.
And my question is this: like you always say, you got to have a lot of money to fish.
Yeah.
It's a big money sport, but is it more important to have to suffer to be able to make it to the next level?
Yeah.
Is it more important?
I think
it
it makes you a better angler, or makes you a better well-rounded angler and well-rounded person. And I think you appreciate it more, and I'm not taking nothing away from the young guys that that have had everything provided.
Like trust fund babies you're talking about.
Because there's some, I won't name any names, but there's some amazingly young, talented anglers that have had stuff provided to them.
Sure.
And I don't want to take anything away because they're winning tournaments.
They still got to get after it.
Yeah, they're still winning tournaments. They're winning classics. But when you hear these stories, it's very refreshing to say, those guys deserve it.
Yeah.
They deserve it. They worked their asses off. They've been through a lot of shit.
That grind builds character, man.
It does.
Yep.
Definitely does.
Yeah.
Best part about it was Skeet came in throwing bombs right away. And made
Right away.
everything way easier, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're waiting for that opportunity to start talking about the cocksmith stuff. You know what I mean?
Well, Skeet, I'm so glad because if you're watching or listening, if you've hung on this long and you're listening right now,
he's eating right now, dude.
Yeah, no, Skeet's not. I'm saying our viewers.
Oh, yeah,
because we've been on for 4 fucking hours again.
Yeah.
But if you're still listening. There was a time at the beginning of the show, and Dave will vouch for this, where we were like, how does Skeet fit into this? Because, we try to say, we try to put stuff on paper like, okay, intro, John, you know how we try to do that. But it was a good call to bring Skeet in. Thank you very much, Brian.
Brian the Carpenter.
This is like 3 shows in a row where Brian's showing out producing.
Well, Brian's established, man.
Yeah, but it was a good call because it was great. The stories there were just priceless.
He lit it up.
Like priceless.
And he messaged me as soon as he got off. He's like, "Man, that was a blast.
That was fun.
He had a really good time.
They were great stories, and I'm glad that Pete. Me and you need to sit down and do an old school podcast talking about it. But isn't it great to hear those stories? Like,
oh my God,
think of how many people that know fishing. They think they know fishing. That have never heard those stories. They're hearing them for the first time tonight.
He brought a tomato box full of striper into a strip club just to have free range. You know what I mean, dude?
Mercury.
Yeah.
A mercury
box. That's it, not tomato box.
With the freaking tails sticking out.
Yeah.
Walking into a strip club.
Yeah, full of 7-Eleven ice.
Oh my God. Or no ice.
I don't know, Mike. I don't know where we were at, but we were somewhere on tour, and we were. Hanging out with Byron and everybody else, and we went into a club. And I was just telling this to Shelly when we had a break, because I'd never seen anything like this before. We walked into the club and we're all trying to make our moves. We're all single. We're all trying to get some play, and Byron just enters the place, and it's crazy. Like everything changes. Like he sits down, and within minutes, there's like 3 or 4 like 12s.
Yeah.
Making a play for Byron before he was the Bachelor.
Sure.
Like it was.
He's like Dracula entering the lair, and all the succubus just like unveils the cape, and they're all just surrounding him.
Yeah, it was crazy like that. He had something that was pretty special, and they knew it, and that's probably why he got picked for the Bachelor.
No, you're right, Pete.
Yeah. Fact we didn't bring up, that year that they had the Bachelor, there was actually 2 Bachelors when the season started, and the fan votes picked which one of the 2 male contestants was going to be the Bachelor.
Is that right?
Byron beat a real estate guy from Jersey for the spot.
Is that right?
No.
Yes. So everybody, I think a lot of people from Jersey hate him because of that, but I don't. I don't care.
But who would hate him? Yeah, I don't know. Who would hate him?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You got to know obscure colors to hate him as a dude.
Yeah, that's true.
You got to know the names of obscure colors.
Right.
Kent Brown wants me to ask you about the cabana in Vegas with Byron.
Oh, boy. Oh, man, there are so many. We're so late into the show, but I'll say this. There are so many amazing Byron stories over the years, from cabanas to access. One of the things I didn't corner him because, those guys were hitting him pretty hard with stuff. But, dude, he would always have access to the most amazing things. And I never understood it. Because I never had that, but like clubs.
You were in the Playboy Mansion, dude.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like,
how many dudes got in there?
Yeah,
in the history of dudes.
I know, but
history of dudes.
It was pretty amazing the access he had, because he's just such a people person, and he would, like he drew women in, he would also draw people in.
Yeah, he had.
You know what I mean? Right. He had the ability to do that, and it was so cool. And there were so many. I mean, my list is that long of things life experiences that thank you, Byron, for allowing me to have these opportunities.
To sniff your stardust.
Yes, so many that I can't tell. But the one that I do want to tell, and I wish I had it on my notes as last. I know we were running late. I wish I would have told this when Byron was on. Hopefully he's still listening. But the one I wanted to thank him for is it was ICAST, and it was 2006. And Byron had access through a friend to this club, exclusive club, through his relationship with somebody he knew at Red Bull.
Where was the ICAST at? Vegas?
This was when ICAST was in Las Vegas. Okay. And so we get into this club through Byron, and very exclusive, just people and smaller crowds and just this amazing.
Everyone's in taped off areas, like their own area.
It's very exclusive. And I'm awkward there because this is.
Sure.
I'm like, what the this isn't me. But Byron was with Mary. This is when The Bachelor was going on, and Byron and Mary were doing their rounds, which was funny.
Sure.
And I'm sitting back with the other anglers. I'm with B Height, and I'm with Ish and Travis Klein, and we're sitting at our little table with endless bottles of vodka. Just chilling, not doing, just like awkwardly chilling. And
awkwardly
out of place.
Yeah, they're doing their rounds. But in their rounds, they visited this table of all women. And Byron and Mary visited this table of all women. And Mary said, Byron's fiance at the time, said to this group of women, hey, I got a bunch of single guys over here you guys need to meet. Come over here and meet these guys. I got these guys you should meet. And sort of like brought these 2 tables together. And that was the night I met Becky.
How about it?
In Las Vegas. So
how about that?
Yeah, so Kent, I know that wasn't your question, but I do want to thank Byron. Thank you, Byron, for you ultimately helped me meet my wife.
Should have probably brought that up.
Thank you. I wanted to bring that up.
I imagine that table with all them women probably looked like the library scene from Ghostbusters underneath the table. You know what I mean?
No, wait, what?
What?
What the hell? Picture you painting?
Remember the slide? Sorry.
And now for our mystery tackle box unboxing.
All right.
Did we do that yet?
All right, from that to, let me remind everybody, Ike Live is the only live podcast that does a live unboxing. Right there. Normally I have a pen or a knife or something, and I had to use my fingernail there, so I creeped it open. But we're opening a amazing new Pro box. And again, that's the great thing about this box. It puts new lures, new techniques, stuff you might not normally buy on your own, right at your fingertips once a month. All right, I'm going to go through this. I'm going to pick something out here. Oh, gosh, there's some good ones in here. Let's
they got
see.
some gum in there.
I'm going to go with this one.
Some gum.
I'm going to pass it on to Dave, and then I'm going to actually let it go to Bri. I'm going to start right here.
Ooh.
We got a spinner bait in this one, and I like this one a lot because it's a sexy shad-colored spinnerbait, which I like. And it's got, if you look at this spinnerbait, it's actually got white, yellow, and blue mixed together. So I love that color in a crankbait. I've never really seen it in a spinnerbait skirt. It's a half ounce. It's a catch-co bait. Definitely something I've never seen. Something that would work if you're in a shad, place with shad or herring or alewife. This would be a good one. Dave, what do you got over there?
Man, in honor of the cocksmith Byron, I got
they're both cocksmiths.
Byron, yeah, Brian on a lower level,
yeah.
He's like a squire of King Arthur. All right, Brian is to Byron. Listen, I got Lunker Hunt, the Gambit swim bait in honor of Byron. Dude.
Oh, a swim bait. Look at that.
Dude, look at this thing. Holy Christ.
Dude, it looks like a little yellow perch.
Like Christ on a crutch. Look at
wow.
that thing hidden in there.
Semi-weedless?
Dude,
throw it this way.
That is amazing.
Wow, look at the color pattern on that.
I know.
Dude.
Chuck it, dog.
Hey, you want
the
this
company
one or
is
you want the
Lunker Hunt. No, Brian, I left something on top for you that I think you'll really enjoy.
I got a box.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right,
well,
I'm going to throw this Brian. All right, let's go to Pete real quick. It's right behind that.
We got the box here, and I got the things to keep the stuff, the color right.
Okay. Pete, what do you got in yours?
I got a Lucky John. This is kind of a flat. It's a flat side with a flat finish, and I like that. It's really a cool finish too. It's a deep diving little flat side. Pretty cool.
Wow.
Pretty neat little stuff.
Little John.
Yep.
Wow.
Hey, you know, while I'm thinking about this, we had a great stories tonight, but I can't imagine Roland Martin had to be the Byron Velvick of his day.
I think you're right.
I want to get the Bill Dance, the Roland Martin stories. Yeah. I want to get the Jimmy Houston stories.
Yeah.
Back in the 70s and 80s.
Talking about smashing poon?
I don't know if he's crushing box at the sock hop.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know, man.
No, I mean those guys. They had some wild stories too. Like
yeah.
They did. Like I think it was the same and different.
He was running Vegas though. We're talking Vegas versus Apocalypse, Florida, wherever that area is. What is that?
You know, Rich, cut that for tomorrow.
Them girls play down there. Come on.
No, it's called Apocalypse, whatever that area that launch.
Apocalypse.
Yeah. Timestamp that.
All right, Brian, what do you
got? Yeah, dude, same box, right? You guys didn't have the tightrope jig in that box?
No, I didn't see it.
No.
Yeah. There it is. Little tightrope jig.
We know that jig. That's our homies.
Yeah.
It's a nice jig.
Yeah, popcorn and JP.
Love that jig.
Yeah.
Good smallmouth jig.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Really? Straight Cast guys got their own lures?
Oh, yeah. They've been making that forever.
Well, those two guys, they sold this to MTB.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a little finesse jig. And actually, I'll be honest, I like this mass-produced version better. Because the
guard.
Because the weed guard.
You like the guard better.
Yeah, I like this weed guard.
Chuck me JP's jig. I'd like to see that thing.
Yeah, it's a good jig, dude. It's
nice throw, Jesus.
Really good jig.
Hey, blue rotator.
That's it. It's over.
This is amazing.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Wow.
That was a great unboxing. We saw some great lures there from MTB.
Bunch of other stuff too.
Shit,
a lot of other stuff in there. Riz, I want to do. Let's go ahead and give this away. We've got this amazing Ike Live gift bag that, of course, we've given to the like and share winner tonight, our Facebook contest. Riz, give me one. What do you got?
That's right. That 25-pound Ike Live gift bag is headed out the door, and it's going to Brock Bellick. Brock Bellick.
Good name.
Brock.
Congratulations.
That's a strong name.
Strong ass name.
Congrats, Brock.
He's not getting
Brock
disliked.
Bellick.
Congrats on the name and the.
Is he from Minnesota? Where's he from?
Nebraska.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it.
All corn.
Nebraska.
Good damn name.
In the house. Dude, what a show.
It's a good
what
one.
a show. This is a good one.
That's a really good one.
I don't know. Like, the last couple have been good.
Oliver was really
Oliver
really good.
was great.
Yeah.
We had a great Roland Martin show.
Yeah.
I don't know. They've been really good lately. I hope you
was
guys
good. Yep.
watching enjoyed it. I had a hell of a time. I know it's been like 4 hours, but when they're good like that, dude, it flies by.
Oh, my God.
It's unbelievable. 4 straight hours. I want to thank all our guests tonight. Of course, Ryan Lambert joining us in the first segment. What a great guest talking about the kayak world. And then I want to thank our Zoom guest, of course, Byron Velvick, Skeet Reese, John Murray. Thank you guys for coming in. Amazing stories, world-class stories. Want to thank everybody here. Dave Brodzik, thank you very much. Brian Carpenter, thanks for producing. Pete Glusick, the Dean of BU. And Rizzo, thank you guys for joining us. It was a great show. Hope everybody had a wonderful time watching. We'll see you next show. And guess what? It'll be even better. Good night.